Hello, my name is Habiba Washington, and today I'm here to put on record the truth behind all of the lies brought up in the case against Malachi York. I'm going to start off by saying that I'm not being forced, threatened, coerced, or pressured to do this tape. I am also going to state that, as you can tell, I'm not under any kind of influence, alcohol or drug. I want to begin with all of the events that led up to the final verdict in the case against Malachi. I want to start off with how it started, where it started, when, and the reason why. I left the community in February of 2001. I moved from Georgia and I went to New York and lived with my family. In about March of 2001, I was contacted by Jacob. Jacob is the son of Malachi York. He's also an ex-member. Jacob contacted me, and our conversation was basically about the good times that we had in the community, what we went through, how we grew up, just making up for old times. 2 months after that, Jacob called me. This was in May. Jacob called me about a trip to Florida. A trip where a lot of some of the girls and boys that were going down, ex-members that were going to go down to Florida just to hang out, to have fun, or whatever. I agreed to go on the trip. I told Jacob that I would come on the trip. I left from New York, went to Georgia. We all met up at Jacob's house. It was me, Jacob, Nicole Lopez, Noah Rashid, East, Esther, probably some other girls and boys that I don't remember. Before we actually went down to Florida, I had a conversation with Jacob outside of his house, and Jacob brought up some feelings that he had about his father. Jacob was really upset with his father. He stated that he hated his father, that he felt that his father doesn't need to be alive, that he shouldn't even be given life. He felt that his father needs to just rot in jail. Jacob wanted all of us meaning me, Nicole, Karima. He was talking to a couple of people, different people that left the community. He wanted us to bring a case against his father. Jacob told me that some of the girls and boys that left the community had went to the government about different things that was going on in the community, meaning child molestation. Before I left the community, I was the main person in charge of the finances, as well as in charge of anything that went on with the community, the living, eating, anything, the financial, anything that happened regarding any of the members in the community. I dealt with that, so I was basically in charge. Jacob told me that the FBI knew who I was and that they were told about certain things that I've done in the community, and some of those things I can be incriminated for. Jacob told me that if I don't go to the FBI first, then they would come after me, they would incarcerate me, they would take my children away from me, because there are things that they were told about me that could incriminate me. When Jacob first talked to me about that, I was not interested in bringing out any charges against his father. I didn't see any reason. I didn't believe that anything was going on. I didn't believe that anything was wrong. We wasn't doing any criminal acts. But Jacob proceeded to say that there were some things that some of the other members, some of the other ex-members had went to the government with, and that I should really, really talk to them and see what's up and see how I can clear my name so that I'm not prosecuted for any of those things. We all went to Florida after that conversation, and during our trip to Florida we had several conversations in the car with Jacob. It was some other boys that were there, and Jacob started talking about going on the land and taking some of the kids, just kidnapping some of the children off the land. He was talking about my sister. My sister was still there. My younger sister, Isla, was still there. and he wanted us to just go up there and just take her and take some of the other little girls and boys off the land, because he didn't feel that they should be living on the land with his father. But we had all agreed that that was not going to happen. You know, none of us was interested in going up on the land and kidnapping anybody. So Jacob said, well, then we can just do it the legal way. He started bringing up different things in the community, like how we grew up, how we lived. He brought up the fact that he was in love with Nicole, and he felt that because Nicole liked his father, that it was a betrayal, and that his father's the one that was responsible for it. Jacob felt that his dad was responsible for his mother's death and his brother's death, and he really, really felt that he needed to take revenge on his father. And he was not able to do it, but we were able to do it because we were there longer, and we were closer to his dad than he was. So Jacob had a conversation with me and Karima and Nicole. Nicole had a lot of disgruntled issues, talking about Nicole Lopez, had a lot of issues with Jacob's dad, because for one, she was kicked out, and she felt that it was wrong that she was kicked out because she didn't have anywhere to go, she didn't know anybody, and then after all of the years that she lived in the community, he kicked her out, meaning Malachi kicked her out, and she had nowhere to go. So she was kind of mad about that. Everybody started venting in the car about different things that we didn't like. It had nothing to do with child molestation, had nothing to do with any criminal acts. It was just different things that, you know, normal things that you don't like about growing up, or, you know, we might have had an argument with Malachi here and there, and we brought up the situation. Jacob kind of fed off of that anger, and he convinced all of us that we should take that anger and we should go to the government with a story about his father. We all went down to Florida, and we had fun. We did our thing. On our way back to from Florida, the trip back from Florida, we was driving in Jacob's car again. It was myself, Karima, Nicole, Farah, Noah Rashid, and some other driver, I don't remember his name. And Jacob brought up the conversation again, how he thinks that we should really go to the government with a story about his father. Anything that we didn't like in the community, we should go, because his father needed to be in jail. His father did not do good things. He was not happy with his father, and he really felt that a case should be brought up against his father. He really felt that his father should be put away for life, that he did not deserve to live. That conversation subsided, and we finally made it back to Georgia from Florida, and Jacob had a conversation with me again, and he told me that there were certain children that did go to the FBI about different things with myself, and that there was no way I would be able to prove that it didn't happen. The only way I can make any good of it is to go to the FBI with a story, seek immunity, and just go from there. I still told Jacob that I was not interested in doing that there was nothing that I've witnessed or nothing that I've known that was going on. But Jacob believed that because the FBI knew who I was, and because they were told things about me, that it was best that I go to them and talk to them and see what's up. At that point, I was afraid. I mean, nobody really messes with the FBI. So I went to the FBI the following day. They called Jacob at first. I sat in the car. Jacob talked with them. I don't know what the conversation was about, because I wasn't in the room and I wasn't told what the conversation was about. But Jacob went up there and he talked to them, and then about an hour later they called me up. I stated my name, I stated who I was. They asked me about different children, they called out different names like Amala and Crystal, and I told them, you know, I knew those children, I knew whatever names they brought out. If I knew the person, I told them I knew the person. They told me they asked me to state my life and the reasons why I left and the reason why I was there. I told them about life in the community, growing up, why we left. I was questioned about the money charges. The money situation, because I did deal with the financial situation. I told them how we ran our finances. I ran off, different people that I knew that was there, different people that I knew that had left, and why they left. They asked me about certain children. They asked me about certain stories that they were told. And I told them that, yeah, I went along with the story. I told them that, yes, I did do these things. I felt that I had to tell them that yes, because I was told that they already knew, and there was no way for me to deny anything that didn't happen or anything that did happen. I had to tell them what I felt that they knew, because I felt that, like Jacob told me, they already knew the story, and there was no way that I can say that it didn't happen. I would have to prosecute myself to make whatever was said against his father, make it more real, make it sound more believable. If we all prosecuted ourselves, then whatever we say about Malachi would be believable. That interview ended by them asking me different people that I knew that would want to talk, different members that I knew that would want to assist them in the case. The only names that I knew were other members that I knew that were disgruntled. Like Nicole had her own issues with Malachi, Karima had her own issues with Malachi, Sakina also, Amala, Crystal, different people that I knew that had issues against him. I gave them those names. So after that, they started calling different people, and everybody kind of got involved. Everybody called everybody, and that's how the case kind of started. The question next would be, why did I go ahead with the story? Why did I never take it back? Why didn't I ever, just tell the truth at that time? I felt really pressured to go along with the story. I felt that I had to go along with the story. We all kind of called each other and was backing up each other's story. If Nicole did an interview with the FBI, then she would call us, and we would back up her story. So if Nicole spoke to them, then she would call us. So in case they call me, then I can back up whatever Nicole was saying. And that's kind of how we did it. We all just called each other and said, yeah, I said this, and that way we can back each other up, make the story sound more real, make it sound more believable. If we all back each other up, it can make it sound more believable. I was afraid that my initial interview that I had given a statement, I was afraid that if I was to take that back, I did not know if I was going to be prosecuted. It's not like I had an attorney to represent me. I did not have my personal attorney to tell me, to explain to me what the steps were, what the charges were, what the immunity really meant. What I believed the immunity to mean was that I would be protected. Anything that I would say on the witness stand that could be used against me, anything that I would say that could be used against me, I would be protected from that. That's what I understood my immunity to mean. I was never explained in detail what the agreement was about, what the immunity was about. That was the gist of what I understood it was about. So at the time I went through with the story because I was afraid for my life. I was afraid that they could take me to jail, that I could be incarcerated, that my children would be taken away from me. And it was different times during the 2-year process that I spoke to different FBI agents. I spoke to Joan, I spoke to Jelaine, I spoke to Tracy from the Sheriff Department, and there was on a couple occasions where they did remind me that, Habiba, you can be incriminated for certain things that you're about to say as well. So being reminded of that, I felt compelled to just go ahead with the story. I didn't want to change my story at that time. I didn't want to break the agreement because I was told that by breaking the agreement meant that I would be incarcerated and I would be prosecuted because I've given statements already. And like I said, I wasn't represented by a personal attorney. The prosecution had an attorney that represented all of the witnesses and all of the victims, but I was not represented by a personal attorney. So I didn't really know my rights. I didn't really know what the laws. I didn't know what I could do, what I can't do. So I felt compelled to just go ahead with the story that everybody else was telling. Why I want to come out with the truth now? It's really, really important for me to come out with the truth now, because I don't sleep at night knowing that 2 people are spending their lives in jail as I speak because of statements that a bunch of ex-disgruntled members came out with. The whole trial against Malachi was it was on personal anger reasons. We all had our own issues, why we were angry with him. And Jacob told us that we can come up with a story, we could eventually file for a class action lawsuit, we can all sue him for millions of dollars and get money from it. We can even go to making movies, we can even go to making books and stuff like that. So everybody fed off of that idea. Prior to him telling us about prior to Jacob telling us about the civil suit, he showed us video documentary on Charles Manson, on the Watergate Jude, different leaders that kind of ran cults. And Jacob showed us this documentary. He showed it to me, he showed it to Nicole, he basically showed it to everybody that left the community, the girls. And he wanted us to look at this documentary and compare it to his father, the way that we lived. The fact that, yes, we did live with the children, the parents with the parents, the brothers together, the mothers together. He wanted us to compare everything that they've been through with us so that we could start believing, we could put in our minds that, no, we didn't live a normal life. Yes, we were a cult. So he showed all of us that documentary so that we can sort of compare the two, so that before we even start testifying, we could understand that, yes, we were a cult. You know, he wanted that to be in our minds so that we can go with that type of mind frame, as opposed to, you know, we were normal, we just all have our own issues, we're mad, but, you know, it's all good. No, he wanted us to believe that, listen, this is the documentary on this cult group, and this is what we lived, and he wanted us to compare that so that we can have that type of mind frame. In other words, it added on to the anger that, wow, you know, this is how we grew up, or this is what it is. Anyways, like I was saying, I feel totally guilty for bringing this case against Malachi. I don't feel that it's right that he is in jail right now, because all of us were angry and we all got together and agreed to this case, and we went ahead with it, and now he's facing life in jail for it. It's not right. It's not fair for anybody to be prosecuted because of somebody else's personal reasons. I don't think that he should be incarcerated because of that. If we all did have issues against him, then that's human nature. But nobody should be sent to jail because of a bunch of lies. And what was said on that stand were a bunch of lies. Like I said, we all called each other up, we all backed each other's story up, we all, you know, kind of, okay, well, you said this to this person and I said this to that person, okay, that's fine. Jacob went to each and every one of us and tried to make it personal between each and every one of us. With me, it was like you was in charge, you had control of a lot of things, and so anybody could say this about you and it would be believable because you was in charge. There was no denying that I was in charge. I was in charge. So I felt that I had to go along with the story because I couldn't prove anything that anybody would say against me. I didn't feel that I I could prove it. I mean, he told me that once they tell the FBI something, the FBI is looking into you. They start looking into me. There was no way that I can prove that what anybody said about me wasn't the truth or wasn't a lie. There was no way. So I felt compelled to just go ahead with the story. As far as Nicole is concerned, Jacob appealed to her because Nicole was in love with one of the younger boys. And so Jacob knew that if they found out that about Nicole would be so afraid that she can be prosecuted with that she would be also compelled to tell a story about his father, because she didn't want to be incriminated for whatever feeling she had. So different people had different reasons. You know, Jacob had different, he made everything personal between all of us. So we all had personal reasons for being pressured or feeling that we had to go through with the story. Like I would say, like Nicole Harden, the whole situation with the RICO charges. I know that I previously stated that Malachi York never told us not to structure any money, and he also never told us not to sign or not to report when we made over $10,000. He never told us not to ever file that report in the court. I was told that Nicole Harden told the FBI's that he did tell us not to sign the document. I would have known if he would have said that, because I was in charge of the money. I was the person that was in charge of the financial office. If anything was told about finances, it would have definitely have came through me. But I do believe that Nicole felt compelled to go ahead with that story, because for one, Nicole Harden I'm talking about, is the one who did refuse to sign those documents. And she's also the one who always gave the tellers a problem and a hard time whenever it came to those type of transactions. So I believe that that's the reason why Nicole did go ahead and said that. Yes, he said that. But he's never said that to me. He's never said that to anybody else that I known. And like I said, I was the one in charge of the finances, and I would have known anything that he would have said as far as the finances goes. Back to the reason why I feel that it is important to tell the truth now. Like I said, I could have told the truth before, but I was afraid. I felt that I was pressured to just go ahead with the story. I was being reminded how I was doing the right thing, that this is a good thing that I'm doing. I was doing the right thing. And as well, I did have to remind myself that I could be incriminated. So I felt that, okay, if you tell me 100 times that it's the right thing to do, if that's what all of the angels are telling me, then it is the right thing to do. I didn't feel that it was the right thing to do, but I was being told that it was the right thing to do, and I felt really, really pressured. I know you can say that, why don't I feel pressured now? It's not that I don't feel pressured now. I just feel that the truth has to come out. There's no way that any person in their right mind can go ahead and live the rest of their life knowing that they sent somebody to jail for life on lies. There's just no way. And there's no way that I can live the rest of my life knowing that Malachi is going to spend the rest of his life in jail, knowing that Kathy is in jail now because of charges that we brought up against her. Every time I look at my children, I think about her children. I think about the fact that her children doesn't have her, and it's not right. It's just not right. I'm also going to talk about the money situation. Yes, I was in charge of the finances, and a lot of the financial decisions that were made were by me at the time that I was in charge. When I wasn't in charge, when it was Kathy that was in charge, the financial decisions were made by her. Malachi did not make financial decisions. We collected the money, we separated the money. When I was in charge of where the money went, how the money was handled, how it was separated. He never sat us down and told us to avoid the FBI or avoid the IRS or avoid doing anything illegal with this money. As a matter of fact, he was very, very serious about handling his finances in a legal way. So anything that happened with the finances, when I was in charge, it was my decision to decide what happened with the finances, where it went, and how it was handled. And the same goes for anybody else who was in charge prior to me or after me. That's how it was done. I didn't really understand the structure charges, and I believe that I expressed that to the attorney, the U.S. attorney, and I also expressed that to FBI Jelaine, that I didn't really understand the structure charges. And they explained to me that anytime you try to avoid filing that report, then that's a charge. That's a serious charge. And like I stated previously, and I believe I stated this on my testimony on the stand, that Malachi never told us not to file those reports. He never told us to deny any of the tellers any information. If we did deposit over $10,000 and if we were investigated, he never told us not to follow through with us. He never told us not to talk to anyone about it. So that's how I feel about the money structure charges. I just want to repeat that the charges brought up against Malachi were all lies. We did back each other's story up. I can't really speak for why other people did it. I know that a lot of them had their own personal anger issues with Malachi. I want to state that nobody that left the community left because they were molested. That was never a reason why anybody left, because they were molested or because he was doing things to them that they did not agree to. Nobody left because he was doing any criminal acts. Nobody had any problem with that. That was never the reason for anyone to leave, child or adult. That was never the reason for anybody to leave. Everybody left because they wanted to leave, because they got fed up. I left because I wanted a new life. It just wasn't for me anymore. Some people did get kicked out, but it was never because of any child molestation issues. Nobody ever left because they felt that they were molested. There was no child that ever made a statement that I want to leave because Malachi is molesting me. That never took place. That never happened. Like I said, the charges were all personal charges. It was all because of personal reasons. Jacob had, at different points in time, was questioning us about, well, what about this boy? Well, what about this girl? What do you think he's going to say? What do you think she's going to say? Did you ever see anything happen with this girl? And I would always tell Jacob, I've never seen anything happen with this boy or this girl. But Jacob forced us. He really wanted us to say, okay, this happened with this boy, this happened with this girl. Well, if you're going to say it, then you might as well tell them. So he questioned all of us about different people. And like I said, everybody had their own personal reasons. Everybody had their reason for feeling that they had to tell the story. For me, it was because I was in charge and I felt pressured. I felt compelled that anything that anybody told the FBI about me, it would be so hard for me to try to prove that it was a lie or prove that it was not the truth. And like I said, I was not represented by my own personal attorney. I didn't really know my rights. I don't really understand the law. I wasn't really told, or I would say I was not really informed about everything that was going on. I knew there was charges brought up against Malachi. I knew that we had to testify. I knew what we had to say. That was it. I did not understand that I could just get another attorney and speak to another attorney about not going through. There was so many times when I wanted to pull back my statement, when I wanted to just not go through with it, but I didn't have the support. I didn't have the backup. I didn't feel that I had the protection. You know, yes, I was afraid of going to jail. I was afraid of having my children taken away from me. I know that it's not right to be afraid for myself and think that it was right. Okay, well, I can protect myself and he still go to jail. I know that that's not right. I know it was a selfish thought. And this is why I'm here now, to tell the truth, to tell it how it was.
How you doing? This is Damon Pryor. known as Basil. Today's date is May 16th, 2004. I'm making this tape in reference to Malachi York case, the conspiracy to bring him down, the whole plot. I'm not under any drugs or under any alcohol influence of any of those intoxicants. I'm doing this of my own free will. The reason why I'm doing this tape is because I have very important information that will be very helpful, or would have been very helpful, to exonerating Dr. Malachi York of the alleged allegations and charges that have been brought against him. The conspiracy to bring down Dr. York was known by me in 2002. The main axis and the motive behind it was Jacob York's, also known, or is known as, his legal name is Yaqub Muhammad. The conspiracy that involved him and the numerous other ex-members of our community. It goes back, I met Jacob York in the early 90s, late 80s, as a member of the community. As young boys or young teenagers growing up, we had differences, we had likes, we were close with the boys, intermingled, and we basically grew up together. We had the same interests, different things involving that young boys do at a teenager. So, and of course, the friendship grew. We hung out, talked, did basic things that young brothers do in our community, or have done in our community. Jacob York, though, he had quite a personality. He was known to be very manipulative. He was known to be very egotistical and demanding, oftentimes leaning on the fact that he is Dr. York's son. And by that I mean it was easier for him to manipulate certain individuals who were loyal followers or students and of Dr. York in our community. So by that, it was easy for him to make his way, or make things happen in his favor in our community. In the mid-90s, Jacob York became very disgruntled, and his hatred grew towards his father for various reasons. One reason, because his music career was just launching, and he needed financial backing to launch his various artists, which you may know some as Little Kim, Junior Mafia, Cameron. A lot of those artists early in their career was backed by Jacob York, and he needed financial support in that, and he came to Malachi York for this financial backing. And Dr. York, told him on numerous occasions no, he couldn't do it, simply because of his reputation and his positive influence in the music industry. He was not going to put his life or his name on the line for that negative music that he so often tried to get us away from. Rap porn and gangster rap and drug dealing lyrics and different things that you hear today. Jacob York was involved also with Junior Mafia, they're known drug dealers and hustlers and what you call gangbangers in the circuit of the music industry. And he he strong-armed his way to the forefront of the music industry by using Dr. York's name. So because of that, and because of his ousting from our community and other reasons, that in his heart he grew this anger and hatred towards Dr. York, and just to justify him doing his own thing. We separated in our paths along life because he was going one direction, I was going another. I was basically, being involved with the community, building our nation, helping to spread the doctrine, and his path was towards his music career, his music goals that he wanted to pursue. But we stayed in contact. Later in the 90s, he would often describe how, he hated his father. He would refer to him as that man, or ask certain members who he knew were maybe weak or doubtful uh, and influence them because he would use his son cliche, or I'm his son and I know my father and he's like this or he's like that, persuading loyal people to veer off the path in which they decided by reading the books and knowing who Dr. Malachi York is, and he would use that to gain his fans or his so-called following. And it just grew. His hatred just grew. His anger just grew. And vendetta eventually, I guess, ended his mind on how he could get his father back. For one, his mother passed, and he blamed that on Dr. Malachi York. His mother passed in his life, and his brother also passed on. And because of that, a lot of things happened mentally and emotionally for him, and he needed someone to blame. So I guess that fueled the fire of his anger, and he continued on his pursuit to slander Dr. Malachi York, bring Dr. Malachi York now. And all this is moving on to why this big case and this conspiracy, and this, along with the federal government and state prosecution, used him as a central focus on recruiting these ex-members. In 2002, it was October, November, Jacob York and another party asked for a favor. He came to me while I was at work, Metropolitan Avenue. I was working in the barbershop then. He came to me and wanted to meet. So I was skeptical. You know, I haven't seen him in a while, but you know, I decided to give him a chance, see what he wanted. You know, so I told him to meet me at my house in Decatur. Came to my house. It was matter of fact, it was around November because it was around Thanksgiving, and I still had leftover food. So we sat and ate. We talked about sports and various other topics. Jacob York asked me if I could. He had handed me 6 pages of bank statements. He asked me if I could add or forge these bank statements by adding higher deposits on the paper or the bank statements, to have the sum higher than what the original sum was, meaning that add more deposits to his bank transactions that was going on over the last 2 years, in order for his bank statements to appear as though he had higher or more amount of money in the sum, so he can get a loan from the bank to buy another house. And the reasons for buying this other house was because the girls that he said were moving with him were a lot of females that were moving off the land, and he named them Abigail, Atia, Ada, Esther, other females that the conversation went into the South Beach strip that he was involved with sexually. And Jacob York he confided me certain his sexual escapades. I guess male to male, it was an ego thing for him to brag about all his sexual endeavors and who he had sex with, who was doing this, who had the best body, who could perform sexually in different areas. So the conversation was, that was discussed, and it was exciting to him that he was able to involve all of these ex-members, mainly females, and brag about the South Beach Strip. And he was bodacious in his financial spendings, brag about how much he spent and what he went down there for, and what rap groups or how much partying they did, how much fun they had. And to him it was a big joke, but it's really not a funny thing to gather ex-members of a community because of personal vendettas and because of anger and petty differences, to conspire to bring such a great man down in this day and time, when it's really, you don't have any black leaders today. And it's really sad that this is all taking place. The fact that these people knew, or maybe some of them didn't know. The thing is, rephrase that, a lot of the young females were very naive to the world that Jacob York was introducing them to. They did not have any idea what it was to go out and party and have access to concerts, have access to money and clothing and cars, and be involved in an explicit, sexually free lifestyle. A lot of them had no idea that was the trap. mean, offering them those things and saying that this is what, by giving them the glimpse of it by the South Beach trip, it allowed them to say, oh, this is what life is like. This is what it's going to be like once we bring down or get money from Dr. York and sue him for millions of dollars, and we get book deals and go across telling these alleged stories. A lot of them didn't know what they were getting into. They had no idea that the federal government would trap them and put them in a position where they couldn't recant their stories. I mean, these are young girls who, remind you, they haven't experienced a lot of things in life. And the devil's society, they experienced many things in our community where Dr. York tried to create an environment where young people would enjoy themselves in a positive fashion. But Jacob York used his influence to take them into that world, and thus weakened these young people and had them say, okay, we'll go along with the story. They were just ready for anything, not knowing what they were getting into. So the South Beach trip was basically a trap for all of them. Jacob York knew this, and in the back of his mind, he was being used and being on the payroll. And this is the things that were discussed in the conversation, how he was helping the feds bring down Dr. York. It was going to be a big conspiracy that he was going down, and that he did this and Dr. York did that, and all these alleged allegations. And by no means, he was saying he doesn't need to be here. He doesn't need to be doing out there functioning or basically free. He basically was using them and put them in the forefront. A lot of people don't understand that he used them to do his dirty work, basically. So I told him no. To get back to the story, when we was in the conversation at my house, I told him, matter of fact, I didn't tell him no then. I told him I'd get back with him. That's how I was able to keep the paperwork. He came back to the house, and I told him no, I couldn't do it, and I still have the papers in my possession. And that is one of the things I wanted to present in court, to show them the motive on why Jacob York decided to, or conjured up these stories with these young females. So a week later, Jacob York contacted me, we met again, and he went on to describe the house and why he needed the house. Again, he reiterated that he needed the house. It had a nice house. It had numerous bedrooms in there. He also mentioned the girls that were moving with him, such as Karima, Arlene Hardington, Esther Cole, and also how these females were a part of the conspiracy. And this is the things that he mentioned, that he definitely needed the house. The reason why he needed the house, or why he came to me with the bank statements, was because I was involved with forgery bank statements before, checks and IDs and different things like that, which I served my time for. I took full responsibility for that, and he knew I was good at those things, and so he confided in me the question of opportunity. He felt as though I would do it, so I told him no. I told him I couldn't do it, but before I told him no, I gathered information on the conspiracy, like who was involved, what girls he had, or which ones he planned on bringing to the house, and he reiterated those facts about the females and moving them off the land, and having them in his so-called nest. And these are the same females he was having sex with, and the same females that were down on the South Beach trip, the same females that made these allegations, and he was the main axis of it. And this is the testimony that it was blocked in Brunswick. I went down there to testify on the behalf of Dr. Malachi York to present the facts, to present the fact that Jacob York conjured up these false allegations, corroborated the stories in order so that they would match, and had everyone in the same boat in order to pull this off, along with the government financing him, which he told me personally that they were backing this. They were backing him financially, backing the plot, and he basically was trying to recruit me. And I told him, he knows better than that. Once he started talking that hate stuff about Dr. Malachi York, I cut him off. It was a done deal, and it was over with, as far as I'm concerned. And it's a really sad thing when you go down to Brunswick, and you present the facts to exonerate this man, and then they block your testimony. It was a hurting feeling for me because I knew about the conspiracy months before the raid, and the information that I tried to get to Doc to present him with the conspiracy, to show him that what was getting ready to take place or what was happening, that was being blocked. So we had people conspiring from all angles about the conspiracy, and to this day that's why I'm making the tape, to set the record straight, to put the facts out, and to make it known what I witnessed firsthand, what I heard from Jacob York's mouth. And I appreciate your time. And in conclusion, we will get through this, and the facts will be told, and the truth will set him free.
Today is June 1st, 2004. My name is Farah Muhammad. I'm 20 years old. My birthday is January 22nd of 1984. I'm doing this video because I want the public to know the truth about what really happened in South Beach, because I was there. I saw everything happen in South Beach. I know all of the alleged victims personally. They lived at my house. I was in South Beach with them, like I said before, and I just want the public to know what really happened. To know that Malachi York is innocent. He never molested any children. He didn't do anything to anyone to make them say that he molested them. He never molested anyone. I guess I'll just start with when most of the girls left the land. They came to my father's house to live in my father's house. Arlene Hamilton, Karima, she moved there. Ada Nicole Lopez, she came too. And that struck me as odd because when she left, her mother was already off the land, and she could have lived with her mother, and she could have lived with her father as well, because her father, he wasn't even involved with the organization. But she was in contact with him. She knew how to get in contact with him. She knew where he lived, because ironically he didn't even really live that far from my home. He lived about 15 minutes away. And it struck me as odd that she moved there, but then again it didn't, because I knew that she was involved with my brother. She was molesting my brother when he was maybe about 13 or 14. He was living on the land at the time. I think she was like 23, and she was molesting him. So once I remembered that, I was like, okay, so that's why she's here. But like I said before, most of the girls, when they left the land, they came to my father's house. They stayed there for a while. We all worked together at the same location, and then eventually each of them started to leave. Nicole left first. She went. I'm not sure if she went to move with her mother or father. I think she moved with her. She lived with Jacob first. When she left, she went to Jacob's house, and then Shababa left, and then Karima, she left, and then they all went to Jacob's house, and that's how I met Jacob. I would hang out with the girls, and I would go over to Jacob's house all the time, and just go over there and hang out. We would just go there, hang out. Jacob would take us out to clubs. He would buy us like liquor and everything. Would just take us out and I guess just show us a good time or whatever. I just wanted to go out because I was 15, 16. I was just being, a rebellious teenager. I just wanted to hang out with older people. So we would go out or whatever, get drunk and just crazy stuff I shouldn't have been doing at the time anyway. So we would do that, and then I heard about the trip to Florida. I was at Jacob's house. They invited me to the trip to Florida. He said, we're all just going down to Florida, just going down to have fun. We're going to reunite with all the old Bannettes and the other boys that we grew up with. And it was just a trip to Florida to reunite everyone and, just go to the beach and have fun. Prior to that, I would see Jacob talking to the girls, saying that he wanted to get this plot against his father, and he wanted to go to the FBI, saying that his father was molesting girls, and that he wanted the girls to say that his father was molesting them, And one case in particular, I saw Lemuel LaRoche, what's his name? Bruce Baeth Smith and Ahmed Smith, they're brothers. They approached Esther Cole and Dina Cole. They came to their apartment, and they were like, we need you to say that you were molested by Mr. York and that you saw young children being molested and that you brought children to him so that he could molest them. And they were like, no, we don't want to do that. That never happened. We never saw any children being molested. He never molested us. We don't want to be a part of that. We just want to move on with our lives. Nothing like that ever happened to us. And that conversation subsided with that. But even still, they were trying to convince them to go along with the story. But they were like, no, we don't want to do it. That never happened. We never saw anything like that. So that subsided, and then I found out about the trip to Florida. So I went to Jacob's house. I got dropped off at Jacob's house by my brothers. Habiba Washington was there. Noah LaRoche was there. Rashid Williams, East was there. Jamin Ish James, he was there. My brother was there. He got dropped off with me. Kush Muhammad. There were a few other people there. I don't really remember who was there. And we left Jacob's house at about 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning. And the trip, it was about an 8-hour drive down there. So when we got to Florida, we stayed at the Sheraton Hotel. Mostly everybody Jacob financed the whole trip. All we had to do was bring like $100, something like that, to help pay for the rooms. But as far as like food and transportation and stuff like that, just little knickknacks or whatever, if we wanted stuff during the trip, Jacob paid for everything. And during the trip and even on the way down to Florida, Jacob would talk about how he hated his father and how he blamed his father for the death of his mother, and how he was upset with his father because he wouldn't give him money for his record label. And he would just talk just really bad about his father. I didn't really understand why. But he always would just say how his father was to blame for his mother's death, and he would talk about how he hated him for that, and that's why he wanted to bring him up with these charges of child molestation, because it would be easy to get someone convicted of child molestation. Because if you say a child molested, then automatically people will believe it, and it would just be a believable thing. We were in Florida. He would bring it up a lot. Everyone would just be partying, having fun, just going out, hanging out, walking to the beach, walking downtown at the shops, and he would just constantly bring it up. And while we were in Florida, we met the girls. We meaning the girls. There were a lot of people on the trip, but the girls never went anywhere if Jacob didn't take us. We were always kind of babysat, supervised by Jacob. We always stayed in the hotel. We never went anywhere unless Jacob was there. And while we were at the hotel, he would keep saying, okay, well, I need you to say that you were molested, and I need you to say that you brought children to Mr. York to molest them. And he would just, try to get people to go along with the story. He even tried to get me to go along with the story as well, but I told him, I never lived on the land, so it didn't make sense to say that I was molested because I never lived there. I wasn't close to Mr. York. And that kind of ousted me from the trip because I wasn't in on, the conspiracy, so there was really no need for me to be like around or whatever. During the trip, Jacob would buy me liquor, and I was 17 at the time. Jacob would buy me liquor, and he would get me drunk, and he would fondle me, and just really harass me. And I would tell him, no, I don't want to. First off, I'm intoxicated, so I'm just like I don't know what's going on. And secondly, I just didn't want to, and he insisted, but he eventually got the idea and he stopped. Um, so during the trip, my brother had left the night before we left. My brother had left. That evening, he had left with a car full of people. I don't remember who left with him. I know it was him, Ish, Noah, and a couple other people. I'm really not sure. And during this time, there was a lot of room hopping going on. You know, people they would be kissing and just a lot of room hopping going on. One person would be in the room, and two people, a female and a male, would be in the room, and then the female would leave, and you see another female go in, and just men and women going in and out of rooms, and I was really uncomfortable with that. It kind of shocked me that they would be this loose about themselves. It really made me uncomfortable, and that eventually subsided after hours of that going on, and we had left South Beach. We left about 11 o'clock, I would say. We checked out at the hotel about 11 o'clock. In the car ride back, Habiba Washington's in the car, Jacob, Ada, Nicole Lopez, Karima, Arlene Hamilton was in the car, me, and Rashid. We were all in the car. And Jacob brought up the conversation again, how he wanted to go to the FBI with the story of child molestation, and that he needed the girls to say that they were molested. They saw girls and boys being molested, and he would especially say this to Habiba because she was in charge, and he knew that she was in charge, and he told her that people already had went to the FBI against her, saying that she brought them to Mr. York to be molested, and that there was no way for her to convince the FBI, to prove to the FBI that that it never happened, and that she needed to go along with the story so that she wouldn't be brought down with Mr. York. She continued to tell him that he never molested me. I never saw anyone being molested. I don't want to do that. But he insisted on her going along with the story. They went back and forth about it, and he just told her that they would talk about it later. And he would say how he wanted to just go up to the land and take the children that was up there because he didn't think that they didn't need to be around his father because his father was this horrible person. And everybody was like, he's a wonderful man, he didn't do anything wrong to anybody for him not to, be around anyone. But Jacob insisted that his father was just this horrible person, and that we needed to go up to the land and just take all the children. And we were like, we don't want to do that. And he that eventually subsided. He was like, okay, we won't do it. We'll have to do it. We'll do it legally. We'll go to the FBI. And at the time, I didn't believe him, because Jacob has a way. I just didn't believe him. I just didn't believe that he would do something like that. I didn't think that would really happen. So we got back to Florida. From Florida, we went to his house. I stayed at his house because we had got back really late. It was about 2:30 maybe when we got back to Florida. I stayed at his house, and I left early the next morning, went back home to my father's house. A few months later, I was at work, and I saw we were closing, and I was staying late because I had some extra work to do, and I was in the lobby watching the news, and I saw that the land was raided, and I was like, wow, what's that about? And then I thought about it, and I just couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that they actually did. I knew that once it hit me that the land was raided and Mr. York was arrested. They said Mr. York was arrested and everything, and it hit me like, oh, okay, that's what happened. They actually went to the FBI with the story that he molested children, because they said he got arrested for child molestation, and I couldn't believe it. I was flabbergasted. I was astonished. A few weeks later, my sister called me. She was in Philadelphia, and I was leaving work. It was pretty late in the evening, maybe around 6 o'clock. I'm not sure. She called me, and she was just like, "Hey, Farrah, how you doing?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm okay." She's like, "Well, I need you to do me a favor. I want you to call this number for me on three-way." So I was like, "Well, okay. I don't know how to do this, so you're gonna have to tell me how to do it." So she explained to me how to do it, and I called the number. And once I didn't know what the number was, I didn't recognize it, but I called it for her anyway, because she's my sister. I did it for her. And when someone picked up, it was the FBI, and I was confused. I didn't know why she would be calling the FBI. And she asked for it was a female agent. I don't remember what agent it was, but the agent wasn't there, so she just left a message on the telephone. And that was really the last of the whole situation that I had dealt with at that time. I then later found out that she had said that she had sex with Mr. York, or something along the lines of that. I'm really not sure, but I'm not sure what she said to anyone. But she never said to me that she was molested. She never said to me that she saw any children being molested. She had actually, when she lived on the property, she actually would call me and would write me letters to tell me that I should write letters to ask if I could move up too, because it was a wonderful place. She was having fun, and she missed me, because me and her were really close. We were like best friends. She was my best friend, and she would just write me letters telling me that I should write if I could move up, to be around her and live with her. And she never once to me at any point say that she saw children being molested or she saw anyone being molested. That never came up. She never said that to me. A little bit after that, once I got involved with the case, because I wanted people to know that, they're a bunch of lies. I was in Florida. I saw them making up the story. I saw Jacob telling the girls that they needed to go to FBI, make up the story, and I wanted people to know. I wanted people to know the truth. And she would call me. This was before the trial. She would call me almost on an everyday basis, and multiple times during the day. Call me, threaten me, tell me that she would come, that if I testify on behalf of Mr. York, that she would come and beat me up, and just do things to me, tell me I was ruining the family, that I didn't know that what I was talking about. And she would threaten me. She would physically threaten me, saying that I didn't know what I was talking about, and that if I testified for Mr. York, that she would do things to me. But I testified anyway, because I want people to know the truth. I'm not going to sit and listen to that. I mean, it was idle threats. I didn't take too much heed to it. It didn't really bother me. It bothered me that my sister was saying things like this to me, but I didn't take it to heart. I went down to Brunswick to testify on behalf of Mr. York, but my testimony was blocked by the judge. He wouldn't let me talk about Jacob. He wouldn't let me say anything. My whole testimony was about the conspiracy, and I wasn't allowed to say anything. That really upset me, because I saw everything. I saw the whole thing happen, and it made me very angry that I wasn't able to testify, because I knew what was going on. I knew what happened. I knew the truth, and what I knew wasn't. They weren't going to let anyone know what I knew, and it really upset me. And even once the trial was over, I got back home, and she would still call me, tell me that I was ruining the family, that I didn't know what I was talking about, that she was going to come down here and beat me up. And that's why I'm here doing this video today, to let the truth be known, that nothing no child molestation for as far as Mr. York was going on. I mean, Ada, she was molesting my brother, and she was having sex with other boys that lived on the land who were minors when she was 23, 24 years old. So all the molesting was on Ada's behalf. She was doing all the molesting, and they're just saying Mr. York did the things that they do. They're the ones who are doing all of these things, and that's how they could come up with these stories about what was going on, because this is what they were doing, and they just took their names out and put Mr. York's name there to say that he was doing it. But I know the truth, and they know that I know the truth, and that's why I'm here today to tell the truth. You know, he's in jail for things that he didn't do. He's an innocent man. And it's not fair that he's in jail. It's not fair that he's in jail. It's not fair that Kathy's in jail. You know, they didn't do anything to anyone, and they even turned on a stare.
Today is May 1st, 2004. My name is Afia Taylor. I'm 25 years old. I'm not on any type of drugs or alcohol. I don't do any type of drugs or alcohol. I came here on my own free will. I arranged to do this video so the truth can be known.
Okay. What is your involvement, if any, in this unjust case against Malachi York?
Okay. I testified on his behalf. I testified on the defense behalf because my brother, he was listed as one of the alleged victims and as one of the prosecutors in the case. So I had to testify on Malachi York's behalf, and I have some information. I know some information surrounding that situation.
Okay. So your brother is listed as an alleged victim. How did you live with your brother?
Yes, I did. I've lived with him for about 7 years. I've known him for about 7 years.
And you've known him for 7 years. So is that because of how you only known him for 7 years? Why is that?
Well, we have separate mothers. We have two different mothers, but we have brother and sister. We have the same father, and so we lived a different life until after a certain time when we got together.
What was it that you were trying to explain to them?
Well, I was trying to explain to them that I was there with my brother, and we had a certain type of relationship where he could tell me anything. He didn't, he told me a lot of things that he didn't tell his mother, or so we had that close relationship. So he came down and he wanted to spend time with his sisters and his friends. A lot of his friends that used to live on the land live in Macon. So when I moved to Macon, when from the different times that we spoke on the phone, and during the summertime he said he wanted to come and visit us. So he was with us for about 3 weeks.
And summer, what summer is this?
Of 2002.
Okay, go ahead.
He came to spend time with us, and we did a lot of family gathering with his friends, and cooked dinner. We went out, had some fun. And in between that time, he's spoken to us, and while we was having fun, you can tell that he was disturbed by something. So we spoke, and I asked him. Me and my sisters were sitting down, and I asked him. I said, what's wrong? You seem kind of, you seem like something's bothering you. So I wanted to ask him because I was concerned. And he said that he really don't want to talk about it. And I said, come on, we're family. You're my brother. I'm concerned about you. And he said, well, it was just the whole situation with with Malachi York case, and he said those things are not true. My mother forced me into saying those things. I said, oh really? And he said yes. And he said I'm scared because I don't know what to do, and she forced me into saying these things. It's not true. And he asked me what should he do. I said, well, basically what you should do is you should do what's right. Tell the truth. Because if you don't tell the truth, then you're doing, it's probably eating you inside. That's why it's bothering you so much. So, he said, so what should I do? I said, well, it's on you. He said, well, do you think I should, he said, what should, he said something like, should I write it on a piece of paper? What should I do? I said, well, it's up to you what you want to do. You should, probably just express yourself. If you feel like you have to write it down, express yourself and do what you need to do.
Okay, so did he end up talking about it, or did he actually write anything or something?
He asked me for a piece of paper and pen, and he written it down and said that he saying that this has never happened and it was all false against Malachi York, and he basically expressed himself and the things that weren't true. So.
Okay, you said this was in 2002. This was right after the arrest.
Yes, after like a few weeks. It was like a few weeks after the arrest. I've gotten in contact with him. We're talking to him because I haven't spoken to him like a couple of months after that happened. And I mean a couple of weeks after that happened, I didn't speak to him. And he called me and we was talking back to, got back in contact again. And he said that he wanted to come visit, so he came down, he spoke to us and told us the situation and the things that was basically bothering him, and that's how it.
Okay, now let me ask you: does him being listed as an alleged victim, because they claim that he was victimized by Malachi York and things like that? Now, you said 7 years you've been with him.
Yes.
In your 7 years, have you ever seen any signs, or that he ever told you that he was molested or anything like that with Malachi?
Not at all. Not at all, because he always had, we spent a lot of time together. We had fun. I mean, I've never seen him distant away from people and wanted to be alone or wanted to, like something was bothering him at that time. I have never seen him acting odd then if something like that happened, I believe, I know he would come and tell me.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very untrue.
Right.
He as well told me that it's not true.
Okay, so why do you feel, or did he tell you why he made those statements that it was true?
He said that he was forced by his mother to say these things, and me living with his mother, I know that she has a lot of anger within herself. Same thing go towards my father. I don't know what it is, but she's just bitter. And when she don't get what she wants, she do certain things that's very, she has no type of guilt when she do certain things. She just do it.
Mm-hmm. And
it's in her personality.
He's speaking about who?
Barbara, Noel.
Okay. And David has other sisters?
Yes, Amala, and Nicole Lopez.
Okay, and you all have different mothers.
We have different mothers, but
same
father. Me and David Noel is the only one out of all of them that had the same father as me. Okay.
So in your time, speaking of Nicole Lopez, right?
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of her, she's also a witness for the prosecution as well. And did you ever live with her?
Yes, I did. I've lived with her for a long time.
Okay.
She spoke to me about a lot of things, and her behavior with a lot of things that she's done was odd and not normal, because for her to be attracted to younger, I've seen with my own eyes how she was attracted to younger boys, and I found letters of hers that she wrote to certain boys that I've known, and saying the things that she wanted to do to them. If she see them come around, she'd go and run and put tight clothes and go, throw herself on them. These boys was 13, 14 years old, and she was 26. He wanted, because his mother been programming him and telling him what to say and stuff like that. He just don't. It's like you said, he's very afraid. He don't know what to do.
Okay, this just one thing I want to ask is, like, for you, how does it feel being that you know David, like you know him, being your little brother and things, and for him to come to you and to tell you that this stuff never happened, and for you to sit in the trial and to just watch everything happen, and for Malachi to be sentenced to 135 years, which is beyond life. He's already 58 years old, and they sentenced him for 135 years when you know yourself, based on what you were told straight from David, that none of it ever happened. How does that sit with you?
It bothers me a whole lot, because he's my little brother, and it's not, when it comes to family, you would never expect for your family to make up something like that, So knowing that Malachi York got 135 years of something that he never done to anyone. He's accused with so much from different people, and I know my brother told me personally that these things never happened to him, but yet he still stick with the story that he was forced to say by his mother, that he was molested, which wasn't true. And we are still here for David. We're his family.
Hey, my name is Joaquin. A lot of people know me as Hakeem Black. I'm just here to let you guys know that nobody's forcing me to do this. I'm just doing it on my own will, and pretty much explain to you what my involvement in the whole conspiracy, what I witnessed in the conspiracy. All right, first, it all started when Tia Thomas, who was a girl that I was talking to when she left the land. When she left the land, we started dating, we started to talk. I asked her why she left. She never mentioned anything about molestation or anything like that. She just wanted to just leave because she was upset. She never explained to me why she left totally, but she just left. After that, when me and Atia left, when I picked up Atia and I took her to one of her friends' house where she lived in, I started going back and forth. She's talking to me, we was talking together, just going out, and we eventually got an apartment together in Decatur. That's in Atlanta. After that, she was like getting in contact with other Banats or other girls, who was a part of the conspiracy. She got in contact with, actually Jacob called her and asked her to come to the house. She went inside the house with Jacob, invited me as well. So I went there, whatever. Jake was surprised to see me, and everybody was greeting her. Karima was there. Who was? It was Karima and the Lopez's was there. I forgot their other names, whatever, but they was there as well too.
So you talking about Karima? Is that Arlene Hamilton?
Yes.
Okay.
Karima and
is that Ada Lopez?
Ada and her mother and her son's back. Exactly.
Okay.
All of them were there at the house, and they were surprised to see me. So I haven't seen them in a long time too, since they left Atlanta. So they was like happy to see me. Hey, how are you? Greeting me, with just love, because I hadn't seen them in a while. And I asked them why they left, and they said, oh, because they was upset. It was nothing again, dealing with molestation, anything like that. And then I saw Jake. He was inside the house. He shook my hand and said, hey, how you doing? Whatever, He asked me, did I leave the land? I said, no, I was always been off the land or whatever. And, explaining to them, how I stayed up there for a little bit. And pretty much, had a good time there while I was there. So the next day, Jacob called Atia and asked Atia to come to the house. We went to the house, and then it was her and some other Bananas there as well. And he was explaining to her what was going on, meaning that when I went there, they was on the internet harassing Doc on his website and talking to the lady in New York, the reporter in New York, about how they were going to set up this whole conspiracy. I was witness to it, whatever, and I was like looking at her like, wow, why are they doing this? What's going on? So they talking and, explaining to me, hey, yeah, we're going to do this, we're going to say this, we're going to just organizing what they're going to say to the reporters.
So who was the main one that was like saying that they were going to conspire? Or do anything?
Jake was the one who was telling them what to say, and then they came up with what they're going to say, what sounds right, what sounds believable, what just right. Pretty much. I mean, Karima and Ada was on the internet, harassing Dr. York on the internet, saying you this and you're that because of anger. And I asked her, I said, why are you doing this? She said, oh, because I'm just upset. Mm-hmm. And I was like, okay, cool. I didn't feel comfortable, so I left, and I left Atia there.
So what month and year was this?
Atia left, I believe, in 2000. Was it 2000? This had to be. It was in the summer, and I'm not exactly sure exactly what year, but I know it was in the summer. It was right before the Florida trip.
Okay.
It was right before the Florida trip. It was right before, exactly. It was 2 weeks before the Florida trip.
That was 2001.
2001. Mm-hmm. And what happened was, when I was with Atia, she was telling me about this trip they're supposed to go to. Again, Jacob called her again and said, hey, why don't you come alone? And me and her had a big dispute about why she wanted to go there alone, And so I went there anyway. When I went there, he was sitting on the table, on the chair, when he had a whole bunch of girls sitting around him talking, and he was playing this, I think it was, at the time it was Charles Manson, was just coming off. Mm-hmm. It was showing the tape of Charles Manson. And I was like, what, what's going on? Talking to her, whatever. And she was like, oh, nothing, just shoving it off, whatever, not telling me anything. So I would just sit in the lobby of the house that they was in, and I would hear them again conspiring. What we gonna say this? Tell them we touched this. Let's get some more Banats to come down. And
again, who was the main one talking?
At the time, Jacob was saying all this, whatever.
Like to who?
To all the Banats. Like basically all the Banats that left, he wanted to. If he didn't get in contact with them, he wanted the girls to get in contact with them.
Okay.
So they can come to the house, so they can talk.
Did you name as many people as you remember that was there?
Let me see. Habiba was there. Karima, Ada and her mother, Atia, who else was there? I think Farrah was there at one point. Farrah was there at one time. I seen her, but at the time when they were sitting down, I didn't see her. But I know she was at the house. And some other bananas, I just forgot their name, but I do remember their faces, but I forgot their names. You know, pretty much.
Let me ask you, you said Karima was there?
Karima was there.
How about Esther Cole?
Esther, well, one time I saw her there.
Okay.
When they were sitting all together or whatever, she was there at the time.
Esther, you had Ada, you said Ada.
Yeah, Ada was definitely there.
Habiba
was there.
Okay, and anybody else you remember?
By the names, no, not by the names.
Okay.
You know, but by the
There was
faces,
others?
it was others. It was at least about 12, about 10, 12 people that was there.
Okay.
10 bananas. Again, when she left, she was telling me about the Florida trip. You know, and the day before the Florida trip, I asked Ada's mother. I was like, hey, you know, what's going on? She's like, hey, I'm tired of this. Meaning that I'm tired of, you know, Dr. York and this and that. And Ada was saying the same thing. Yeah, you know, he don't have no business, you know, walking around and saying, you know, saying stuff about doctrine. And I was like, why you guys feel this way? And they're like, well, because I think he did us wrong, pretty much. So I figured that they just did it under, you know, out of anger. And I guess Lemuel walked inside the door, and Hakeem, and
it's a different Hakeem.
Yeah, different Hakeem. Yeah, different Hakeem. You know, he's big. I think he's from Philadelphia. He was there. It was right before the Florida trip, and they'd have asked me to come down there with him. And Jake was like, "Hey, you know, I want you in the car with me," meaning Habiba, and Atia was there as well too. I believe. But she went in another car though. But they all went down together. And
you didn't go?
And I didn't go that night because they all drove at nighttime. I flew down there.
Oh, okay.
And when I flown down there, again, Jacob was the one who was telling all these, hey, this is what we're going to do because he's hate his father, of course. Everybody know that. You know, he think that his father need to be in jail, of course. So he was, you know, keep asking the girls, hey, you know, if we say this, you know what I'm saying, we can make so much money, we can make some books and this and the other. So while I'm there, we was in a hotel. And while I was there, they went all to the beach, whatever. They all, you know, like I guess, you know, kissing and stuff with each other, you know, and stuff, and playing around and whatever.
Was it like any room hopping and stuff like that going on?
At one night, this is like in the evening in the afternoonish when I was there, there were, and that's why I saw a glimpse and saw Farrah. You know what I'm saying? After that, I left because I didn't feel comfortable with what was going on.
Right.
So I left that same night, coming back here. I came back from here, and again, Atia came back, and then she also, meaning Atia Thomas, she went back to Jacob's house, but I dropped her off again. At that time, they was talking about how to make money, how to get money from Malachi.
This was after the trip?
This is after the trip.
Okay.
You know, and I could tell that the girls there were kind of like, you know, they was very upset. It was feeding off of the energy, like Habiba said, feeding off the energy of what he would bring to them. After that, you know, me and Atia got into a big fight, whatever, and then we split up. And that's pretty much far as the conspiracy that I know. You know.
Okay, so at what point when, okay, so I know that was in 2001, right? So in 2002, from at that point until the arrest of Malachi York, were you in touch with Atia or anything?
Yes, Atia emailed me and asked me, she asked me, after Malachi had been arrested, she asked me what I felt about it. And I was upset with her because, again, you know, she was involved in this, and I told her, you know, why are you doing this, you know? And she had her views why she wanted to get involved with it, whatever.
What was that? Why was she in it?
Because she was angry that she got kicked out, but she never explained to me why, you know.
Did she ever tell you she was molested or anything?
No,
like that?
she never. See, well, all the bananas. This is the thing. I'm close with all the bananas, and they tell me the most secretest thing with themselves or who they like, whatever. But they would never bring up any molestation ever in any of them. You know, so I'm, you know, so it's kind of like
it's like shocking.
Shock to me that they would say that because like, well, wow, you know, we talk about everything, but why? How come?
So why?
None of them.
Why did Jake choose molestation as the big lie and not like something else?
Well, I remember one night when I was there, he said that that's the only thing they can get with them because there's a whole bunch of kids there.
Right.
You know, so I mean, that's besides writing books and making money, you know what I'm saying? He said that's probably the only way, of course, with all the stuff on TV, of course, you know, that's probably the only way that you can get to him, and people are going to listen to that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So that was a good, you know, strategy for them, you know what I'm saying, to come up with. And again, they've been harassing him, as far as I know. When I asked Ada, I said, how long you been doing this? Since she left, she's been harassing Malachi York on the internet, her and her mother, because her mother's very bitter.
Really? As far as email or like
Email,
chat?
email on the
Oh,
chat room and email. Remember the old email?
Yeah.
She been writing, oh, we're gonna say this, and talking to the lady. I forgot her name, but she's a reporter in New York. They've been talking
Sarah
to her.
Wallace? Think.
Wallace, Miss Wallace. Yeah, it's Miss Wallace. I believe it was Miss Wallace.
Okay.
I'm not exactly sure, but I know it was a reporter in New York that they was talking to.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so.
Okay. And from the arrest up until this point, has any of them tried to make contact with you? Or?
Oh, okay. Again, Atia, she did make contact with me. She asked me how do I feel about what happened. At first, it was kind of like a ha email, because she, again, I can never forget, she says to me, you know, how do you feel about your leader? And she highlighted it. And I emailed back and said, what are you talking about? You know, because I was flying from Atlanta to Texas. And she emailed me that, and then I responded like, well, what do you mean about that? You know, what's going on? And then I asked her, is this what y'all been planning? And at first she said, well, something like that. Well, she emailed me something like that, you know what I'm saying? But then she felt guilty about what happened. And then I asked her, I said, well, are you going to testify against his behalf, or are you going to testify with him? She said she had nothing to do with it, and she felt bad about what happened, and she had nothing, she pretty much don't want to.
Is this before the trial, though?
This is after, well, this is totally before the trial, way before the trial.
Okay.
This is way before the trial. This is like, when she emailed me, this is probably about 2 days after, you know, actually a week after the arrest of Malachi York.
Okay, so, since you were in Brunswick to testify, and the judge blocked your testimony, is this the stuff that you were ready to testify to?
Yes, everything I'm telling you guys today, now I would, again, that's what I was going to testify.
Okay, because you are aware of Farrell was also there to testify,
Right.
and Basil or Damon Pryor,
Right.
he was there to testify. He was also blocked. So how did that make y'all feel being blocked when y'all know the whole, you know, the whole story behind, you know, behind the false allegations and things? How does it make you feel?
It will make me feel bitter, not against what they did, is against them. Because, you know, we grew up with them. I know them. They looked after my life, and I looked after their life. And they were like considered my brother and sister. We shared everything. When I mean everything, everything. And for something like this, you know, if it was a problem between all those people who testified against him, at least one of them would have told someone out of the hundreds of people we been with.
Right.
If that was a thing, if one person out of all those people they would say something about it.
Right.
You know. So again, I was close to a lot of them Bernats, and they spoke to me about a lot of things, and that never came up.
How about the as they say boys, but we know that they're like 20 now and stuff like that, like Eddie, Shilamu, and you have David, and Issa maintained nothing ever happened to him, but then you have Shilamu, David, and Eddie that testified against Mr. York. Are you close with them?
I'm close with Eddie, not no longer, but I'm close with Eddie. You know, and like I said, again, Eddie, the whole thing with Eddie is that I think it was in the year they was kicked off, that they had the whole incident with the girls, you know, going out, whatever, and they was trying to, you know, it was like very chaos like that at the time at the family day. The next year, Eddie went up with me and another friend of mine. And what happened was that Eddie was like, you know, we was talking about the whole, you know, about Jacob York and how they feel about Ada and Karima, how they feel about, you know, being bitter towards Dr. York. And Eddie was totally with us like, yeah, you know, I understand. The moment he was, you know, he couldn't come up on the land, he just, you know, like really just went bitter, automatically went bitter.
So he was against their plot.
He was against their plot. He was against their plot at first. And then something I always remember that he always said, you know what, after he got kicked off, because we had to take him back home, you know, in Lithuania. After that, he went and like, you know what, the whole ride there, he was talking bitter against him. And that's when it hit me like, wow, because something happened like this, you're gonna go and change sides. So me and him got into the argument about, you know, why are you gonna go against him because this happened? Just probably misunderstand. He's like, no, I'm gonna bring him down. I'm gonna join with Jacob, whatever. I'm gonna talk to Jacob and stuff. And I'm like, why are you going to talk to Jacob after just, you know, 20 minutes ago you was against him,
right? Because
something happened. And then he was like, yo, forget, you know, he started cursing and he was very upset. So he went, you know, straight to Jacob that same. I guess he went to like the next day. Then he called me up and asked me, you know, what happened, you know, why he got kicked out. And I told him, you know, honestly, I don't really know because I didn't know at the time. And then I found out later why, you know. So
how about David? What was his like reason? Because of his mother, Barbara Noel, his sister Amanda, and then his other sister Ada. How did he get into it? They just brought him into it?
Yeah, he pretty much just came into it. I don't really know. I'm not really close with David, you know, but he pretty much was around it because, I mean, if you're around it, all the time,
Right.
you're gonna eventually, because you're out of place, everybody gonna look at you like, well, what are you here for?
Right.
So eventually, he's just gonna agree with everybody.
Okay.
To be in, in
Right.
agreement,
Okay, I know that also Eddie testified to, he claims or accused Mr. York of molesting him when he was 13 years old, I believe, or it was 9 years old. But he told a medical examiner that he was molested by his brother at 6 years old.
Yes.
Now, has Eddie ever told you about that incident in the past?
Well,
Anything like that?
everybody, well, all the Mu'minun or the boys who was in that age knew about it. So pretty much, like I said, we talked about everything.
Right.
And pretty much everybody knew about it, so it was no secret to us.
Right.
So
which brother of his is the
this
one
was
that...
Noah.
Noah?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm trying to think who else was in the trial. That was there. David. Oh, and then Shilamu. Shilamu, are you familiar with Shilamu?
Esau. No, Shilamu. Oh, no, yes, Eddie's little brother. Yes, I know.
Yeah. Okay, so what's his involvement?
Pretty much again, because Eddie is doing it, everybody else is doing it. I know Shilamu, but as far as his personal basis, I really don't know.
How about Lemuel? Lemuel didn't testify, but he's the brother of Safar.
Right, I know.
And okay, how was his involvement? Well, he's bitter.
Pretty much, yeah. Lemuel is bitter. I don't know his reasons. Like I say, when we went to Florida, I really didn't speak to none of them. I was just kind of like, I was just roaming around, pretty much, because I was upset that Atia went with them and why. I was kind of concerned why. So, pretty far Lemuel, he's bitter, but I don't know what his reasons are. What his.
How about like down there on the trip? Was anybody against the conspiracy that they tried to?
It was pretty much like everybody wanted to party because they haven't seen each other in a long time. So it was kind of like a reunion. But again, Jacob would bring stuff up like, hey, so what else we say on the testify? Or what else happened? Trying to ask the girls what else is going on. Again, me and Tia, like I'm looking at her like, wow, so again, like I said, I left that same night. This all.
Today is May 15th. 2004. My name is Luke Man Rogers. I'm 15 years old, and I'm not being forced to do this. I'm doing it to let the world know, what I experienced on May 8th.
Okay. Now, I know it's 2 years since May 8th of 2002, but the best way you can, or best recollection, can you, just explain to everybody what transpired on May 8th? What were you doing when it first happened, up until the time that it was over?
I remember first, we was making something to eat, some muffins and stuff, and and we were about to go outside, and I was at the window, and I just saw look like cops. At first I thought it was cops, and and I just saw them pointing guns, his brothers in their hand, and a whole bunch of brothers putting their hands up and stuff, and on the ground, and then I ran. I was like, yo, look, they got the brothers in their handcuffs and stuff, and everybody else came through the windows. So we were about to go outside, see what happened, and then the king was walking by the playground. He was like, go in the house. So we went in the house, and then we told Alicia and everything. He's the room worker in our house. And so she was like, all right, just be calm. Everything will be calm. Everything will gonna be cool. So we all waited inside the living room, and we just saw, and we looked out the windows every now and then. We just kept seeing more cops and more FBI agents, more helicopters and stuff. And then we just know, like, we just heard like a speakerphone sound of like, people in the mobile home, please come out with your hands up. And we were like, oh, we looked out the side, we just saw the person by the side of the door with the thing, listening, and people with the gun by the door, and the person on the other side of the door with a gun. People all around the houses, was waiting to come in and stuff. And it was like, open the door, people in the mobile home, we'd open the door. So like after like the 5th time I'm saying that, they just kicked the door down. And they ran in there, freeze. We all had our hands up, and they told us to get, and they all was like, be calm, don't make no sudden movements, something like that. And it was like, all right, y'all come out order, one by one, come out with your hands up, So we was all going out one by one. Some people had their Bibles in their hand, they chose to do that. I walked outside and I reached to grab my shoes, and the dude didn't let me grab they was patting us down as we left the door too. They patted us down. We had the man was by the side with the infrared on you as you're walking down the stairs. You can see it as you're walking down the stairs on your shirt. And I know I reached to grab my shoes, and the guy was like, don't move some movements. I was like, all right, so I was walking down. We had to walk, and some people had no shirts on. They didn't let us grab our shirts, our shoes, nothing. They was patting us down and everything. We went to the we just sat down on the tram and stuff. That's a train that we have on there. And we sat down there and they would just explain to us what's going on and stuff. With hoping other kids, we just heard like kids crying and stuff. People scared. Everybody was scared. Really, you didn't know what was gonna happen to you. So when people with guns and stuff, you fear for your life and stuff. So I know after that we went to after like 2 hours of just sitting at the tram and stuff, and them was trying to explain to us what's going on and stuff. We went to the temple. That's the temple and stuff. And we all sat down there. They tried to keep us calm by watching movies and other stuff. And the whole time, basically, about the whole time while they're doing this, you have people, armed FBI agents around you at all times while they're doing this. So you still have that fear for your life at any minute. You really know what's going on. So we started watching movies and everything. Just about like 4 or 5 hours after this happened. About 4 or 5 hours, yeah. So we was in there, and then they tried to give us food, and we was like, nah, we don't want to. And so some people, I don't know, some people ate it, most of the people didn't, and they were saying stuff like comments like, eat the food for once in your life, eat for once in your life. You look like you need to eat. You haven't eaten up here. Some, saying really smart comments like that, like to the kids and stuff like, you look like you haven't eaten. Just eat for once in your life. And nobody wanted them to eat. We don't know. Nobody wanted to eat the food and stuff. I just remember they were just questioning, and after that they would take us in, ask some questions, and like they was with different people until they got basically ran through everybody. They didn't ask me no questions when I went out there, but they was. But then when we walked out, but we sat down and they was going to certain people like, are you Lookman? Are you Cardell? Are you Allen? Stuff like that. And we made that because Issa, forgot his last name.
Johnson.
Issa Johnson. He started crying, and one of the FBI agents asked him what was wrong with him, and a sister stood up and was like, he misses his mom. Like, who's his mom? Kathy Johnson? So his father was New York. And so I said, all right. And then the officer came and took him, and then that's when they started asking who was such and such. They asked me was I Lookman and everything. He asked me was I Lookman Allen. I was like, nah, who? He just acted like we didn't know who that was. So that's nothing I know. And then they was calling people different, calling the families and stuff. First was one by one, then they started calling families, the people and their children, their sisters, brothers and stuff. Just taking certain people that they have heard of from different Safad and people that they heard of. They was just I guess they had a list of something about who's a certain kid or something, and then they just took those certain people, and what else? And so it got later and everything, and then they kind of started to settle down a little bit. They kind of started leaving. We went to that's when and then later on that night, like around, I don't know what time, but it was real late. I know that, and we just started going out to get our shoes and stuff. But some officers were still there questioning kids and stuff, and and basically after that, they kind of calmed down. They left and everything. This went on for basically from like 3 to late, and it was just crazy.
So how did you feel? I mean, did you feel that your life was in danger?
Yeah, especially when he was walking down the steps and seeing the infrared as it was going down the steps on his shirt.
Mm-hmm.
That was pretty scary. He didn't really know. And then when I grabbed my shoes and do like and like with the gun and everything, that's when that was kind of scary too.
Were there any babies in the house that you were in?
Nah, not any babies.
Did they point the guns at people's heads and things, or?
Yeah, I'm sure it was, but they didn't put it on my head. All I remember is that it was a lot of people with a lot of guns. So most likely they was aiming at people's heads when they went in the houses, but I mean, not me. Oh, I didn't see it. Well, I've seen it to a few people. They was checking them, and the person would be sitting there as one person's frisking them, patting them down. One person would be sitting there with the gun, holding the water, like infrareds on your shirt and stuff, just and it'd be so yeah.
So how many agents or law enforcement would you say was here?
A lot. I don't know how many. I know it was a lot. It was in the woods, everywhere. It was in like every house, checking every house. We saw them in the other house. We saw them in the house. What's it called? The mirror room. They was in the mirror room. The house as a house right next to the house that we was staying in. And we saw them in there checking stuff, running through stuff, messing stuff up. They ran through all our clothes, stuff. Took out everything out our stuff. There was pictures laying on people's beds. There was a picture of me, a whole bunch of other kids, and it was a picture of Safaya on my bed. Safaya and some other people, and they had a picture of me, David, and all of them and stuff. This pictures that I haven't seen before, but I still got the pictures, and whole bunch.
Oh, these are pictures on your bed that weren't even yours.
Yeah.
So they was placed there.
Yeah.
Mm.
And there was shells, like bullets with the real bullets in them, lying certain places. Like you see, like 3 on the iron board, 3 bullets and stuff on the iron board. Shells. I don't know if they had shot again or not, but it was shells on the floor and stuff. But it was bullets all over the house, all over the floor. Like they just left them there, just to make a statement. I guess I don't know. That's how I took it. But yeah, and there was pictures of people who I haven't seen in a long time on my bed. Like one of Raudia and her sister Nina or something, and there was pictures of them on the bed and stuff. And certain people's stuff wasn't messed with they said in other houses, like Gwen and stuff. She had some of the same pictures I had on my bed. She has her stuff. That's what I was heard from another person she lives in the house. Some pictures I had on my bed, they was in she had her stuff. They said they didn't really go through all her files and stuff, her stuff. But they ran through everything else. They was in the refrigerator, eating.
They ate your food?
Yeah, they ate some stuff. They ate some snacks and stuff, cookies and stuff. Used our rags and towels so their faces all sweaty. And still, our towels and stuff was all dirty. Like they were wiping their faces or something with them. I don't know, their shoes or something was dirty and wet. And we just, that's basically it.
So what was some of the, what were they dressed? Did they have, what were they dressed like?
It was all black. They had, all of them had guns on them. They was wearing all black, yellow FBI thing, the hat and everything. Boots, regular, the regular gear that the agents wear.
Did any of them have like armor, like shields and stuff like that?
Yeah, bulletproof vests. They had the face masks. Some had the face masks. The person that busted our door, he had the face mask, and he was the first one that came in with the gun. There was 2 of them, just in case. I guess they started shooting or something. He had the gun and everything. 2 of them out the door, and that's when everybody was swarmed in. And they were like, "Wait, don't move!" Cause we got up like scared. They just busted the door, and they ran through the door. Everybody was like, "Ah, dude." That's when I guess I kind of put them like, "No, don't move," cause they know we were doing nothing. A few people tried to hide. Issa Johnson, he was on tried to hide when they first came in. We had to convince him not to do that in case he could. They checked the place and I was trying to plan out to do that. And yeah, that's basically, they were dressed just regular stuff that you should see FBI agents, Scott wearing and stuff.
Like in movies?
Yeah, the shield, the bulletproof vest, the black fatigue pants stuff, the boots, basically. That's it.
Oh, okay. So earlier you said while you were in the temple, Issa started crying. Was Issa the only one crying, or was it other?
It was other people crying, but he was the only one making a scene.
Oh, he was
crying. Yeah, real loud stuff.
Oh, so he kind of like stood out.
He stood out. Everybody else, I'm sure people wanted to cry, but he's the one that really just cried, made a big scene. That's why they asked him to who he was.
And then he was just taken.
Yeah. Then it was like, you must be. He said, and a lady, I don't know, Musique sister, stood up and like, he misses his mom. And a guy, he was not dressed in the same fatigue things everybody else was. He had a regular suit on, but he didn't have a gun on him. And he was the one that kind of explained to us what really the situation happened. He was like, we just took your leader, Dr. Malachi New York, and his wife Kathy Johnson in custody. We saw them in a grocery store parking lot, and we've raided, arrested him. And that's when he really started crying. When it was like we still have Kathy Johnson, that's when he really started crying. That's how he stood out. Because first he was crying. I'm sure other people crying, but not. First he was crying like regular, tears, sad and everything, scared, afraid. Then when he said like we have the leader Malachi York, Kathy Johnson, his wife, that's when he really started crying. That's when the dude was like, who? Why are you crying? And this lady, like, he misses his mom. Who's his mom? Kathy Johnson. Malachi York wants to be there. York must be your father. And then they just took him.
So when y'all first came out of the house and you all were at the train, the train stop you said?
Yeah, the train.
What were some of the things that you all could see while you were outside?
We see people running through houses, their guns. It's like it was like something like you see on the news, like war in Iraq, people with the guns running in. That's how I basically seen. Um,
Was there a lot of vehicles?
a lot of cars. Cars were slamming, buses. I noticed that right when I looked, I saw a car bust to the side, all the way like by the woods, bust to the side of the gates. A few cars, helicopters that came from different parts, and it was like, yeah, like,
When you say they were flying real low, the helicopters
yeah,
flying low?
they was flying low. I don't know if anybody got out of them or not, but they was flying low. Those cars parked all around the houses. People had the doors open with their guns hanging out, aiming at people, at their sisters as they was walking out. Little kids was walking with their parents and being held at gun when I held at gunpoint head, but basically being held at gunpoint. Little kids and young people, babies. They said that they was threatening, like, get your child or she will, that was basically
What were some of the things that you heard them shouting? Like, were they cursing and things like that, or?
Nah, there was a cursing really. I mean, I really heard no cursing, but there was not really heard no cursing. Well, only heard curse when I don't know if you said, but I did notice you kind of cursed. That lady, she was trying to explain to me to eat the food, and I was like, I don't want to eat. She was like, eat the food. Damn, just eat for one day of life, stuff like that. And it was a lady officer.
So how come you didn't eat the food?
Because we didn't know. Plus, for one thing, there was pork. We don't eat pork, and we didn't know what's in the food. They didn't make it in our face, so we didn't really know what they did with the food.
What kind of food was it?
It was a sandwich, like a what's it called, like a muffin thing, like a little white,
Like
thing, like little white bread things. It was like a honey bun. That's what it was. It was a honey bun, and apple. Yeah, and like a hoagie sandwich.
You said they tried to show you all they showed you all movies and things.
Oh yeah, trying to keep us calm and stuff. Put in a different movie for the kids and stuff. Trying to talk to us and stuff. When they was in the front, as they watching movies and stuff. Some people was coming back and forth and talking to the FBI back and forth, to parents and stuff. And a whole bunch of officers running to the brothers. The brothers laying on the ground. Some of them had the wristband things, plastic things around their wrist. Some of them had the cuffs. Some were being held on the ground, just like don't move on the ground, and people just being others. And then that's when I noticed that the big car just slammed, a black truck that slammed at the side of the gate, slammed or parked like. I think that's when it said that they threw tear gas through the through the office windows and stuff. Gonna get something. They threw tear gas or cough or something.
Did you see anybody coughing or anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, it was coughing when I see her. She was coughing as they was coming up to hill stuff from the officers. Yeah, and they was explaining to us how they ran in there.
The women and children living on the property as opposed to the men on that day, was there more women and children than men?
I think it's probably more women and children than men. A lot more women and children.
So do you feel that the agents outnumbered everybody?
Oh yeah, definitely. The agents outnumbered everybody. Definitely, they came. Yeah, the agents outnumbered everybody. They was like, oh, I heard.
When did you first hear about the conspiracy?
In the summer of May, June 2001. I was at the basketball court with my mom, and I ran into Shilimu. Shilimu Roach from the Lions. And I kind of started getting cool with him, started going to his house more, chilling with him, because I knew him already, so, And,
where was this at?
This was in College Place, Athens, Georgia.
Okay, that's you and your mother lived there?
Yeah, me and my
together?
mom, Pauline Rogers. And we used to just hang out every now and then, all the time, basically all the time. I would go to his house, I would see Fat Eye, Jamila, Eunice, Ahmed, Bayat, Lemuel, Gitora. There was a few other people.
You say, when you say over their house, did they live near you?
They live right in front of me. No, first it was like my house be right here. Their house is like right by the swimming pool. Same
Oh,
school,
I mean,
like over here.
in the same. So
Yeah,
y'all live in the
same
same area.
complex, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Complex. And yeah, and I kind of noticed that Shunmu seemed like he had a grudge with Pops or something. How he just talked, he'd just be like, yeah, one time your Pops kicked me off. But that time I didn't get this when I asked, or the time my birthday, I didn't get this. Like he was angry, and I was like, this anyway. All right. So, and one day we was having a conversation about something. He was just like, hey, you know your Pops about to go he about to go bankrupt, right? And I was like, he's like, no, actually he's already bankrupt. He not about to take his money and the land. And I was like, why? It was like, something that happened. And like, you'll see about it. You'll hear about it. So I was like, sure, okay, whatever.
And this was in the summertime.
Yeah, summertime 2001.
Mm-hmm.
And so I confronted my mom about it. She was like, oh, he said, don't worry about it. Don't pay no attention to what he's saying. Stuff like that. So, and then he just started saying to more and more like that. And I kind of started like chilled out, hanging with him. So and then started coming to my house more and more. And then they was trying to come to my house more and more. And my mom was to let them in. Cause you know, mom used to be cool with some Torah. Cause right when we first moved there and stuff, right after we stayed there, Torah came over at the same day that I met Shalom, who came over. Torah came over, talked to my mom for a long time that night. And then they went to the movies. And after that, then they went to dinner. Then they started going out to hang out. You know, go to clubs, whatever. And my mom just every time my mom just come home, just explain to me what to talk about. She just tell me everything they said. So, I mean, at the time they was really bringing up the Pop thing. I guess they just gonna slide that in on her. They was just basically, just hanging out like some normal women would do. Then that's when reporters started calling my house, coming over. Reporter Bill Osinski for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. He started coming over my house a lot. No, first he knocked on. First he came over my house. At first I know who he was. He said it, and I was like, oh, okay, this must be about the situation Shalom was telling me about. So I answered the door, and then he left. And like the next day, he called my house, told me he was. I hung up. I told my mom. She was like, all right, don't pick the phone up. So that's when we got, she got call ID for that and everything. Then moved off. We had grudges. Moved off. Got kicked off. Things wasn't going their way on the land or something. They moved off, and they just got mad. And there's a lot of people involved in this. With the but who's against us? Like Shalom's family. A lot of them was involved in it, and they was basically that's when they started coming over. After Bill Sinsky stuff started coming over, that's when Tafad started coming over a lot more. Tafad, then that's when Eunice and stuff. Eunice he started taking me out and stuff, go places, go to the zoo with them out of nowhere. I didn't even know Eunice at the time. I know his name from Shiloh. He brought it up a few times back when we was on the last day together. Eunice is his brother.
Oh, his brother?
Yeah,
Okay.
his older brother. And Eunice started coming over. Yo, look, you want to go to the mall? You need to go to the movies? I'll buy you this. Giving me money, giving me stuff, taking me out. That's what tried to bring it on me. And was like, yeah, man, your father, man, he's doing a lot of messed up stuff, man. He gonna get his back. And I was like, what you mean? He was like, a lot of stuff. We did a lot of bad things. A lot of people are mad at him because of what he did. He said he kicked people off, had people homeless when they had nowhere to go, stuff like that. And we was going through one end after the other, really.
So the stuff that they were saying that people were mad about, they were like grudges against, like
Malachi, yeah.
What was in any of it? Did any of it have to do with molestation, or did it more have to do with
just being angry about petty stuff? Like I got kicked off, or I was in charge, and then they put me down to a lower job, or I was working dealing with the money, then they put me down to dealing with incense or something like that. Just grudges that people had, like this, that they were just mad about. It was just still in their chest for a long time, and stuff like that. That's what. Really
Okay, with all the people that you mentioned earlier, you mentioned Shilamu, Lemuel, who else did we say?
Ahmed Baez, Jamila, Kitora, Safa'a, and every now and then I heard about Amanda or Raudia. Every now and then from Safa'a, they was, I saw what's name the other day or something like that.
Mm-hmm. So, and you say they all live in the same spot?
It was only me, Shilamu, Lemuel, Kitora, and Safa'a. We all stay in the same complex.
Mm-hmm.
They say right up this apartment for me.
Okay. So, what did they ever tell you? Or did you ever hear why they conspired? Like, what was the reasons for them doing all that?
Just grudges, little grudges they had with pops. Just it was petty stuff like from one lady. She said that she was first she was first she was dealing with all the finances and everything was going fine. She was dealing with the finances and stuff. So when stuff she got moved down to dealing with incense and soap bars and stuff. She got mad, so stuff wasn't going her way. And some other people got kicked off when they want to leave. They had to move. Then they had to basically they just want to leave. And then some people make it seem they try to make it, and they'll make it seem like he was the reason for how their life turned out. Now, and
So, was any of their reasons dealing with child molestation though?
now more so just little petty grudges.
So it's like just personal grudges.
Yeah, personal grudges that they had against them, little vendor.
Okay. So what were some of the other things that they were saying after?
They were just like basically like I said, they just didn't like stuff to happen. They got kicked off, and then it was like, oh, your father is this bad man. He's done this, that. He hurt so many people. He's ruined some people's lives. He's ruined my life. I could have been this if I had stayed until I got this, and stuff like that.
So, personal grudges. So what were some of the things that they were telling your mother though?
They were just coming over there, and I was like, oh, we gonna try to take him down because he needs to be stopped. What he's doing is not right. How he had people living on the land. He's doing is not right. He needs to be stopped. He needs to be put and take him down. We're gonna try to come together, a whole bunch of other sisters, and we're gonna just try to take him down. We have a meeting at the library and stuff like that. And so they was like, and basically.
So,
Yeah.
so they arranged for a meeting.
Yeah, they arranged for a meeting. We said that there's gonna be some other ex-members, who's against us, who's gonna be there as well.
Okay. So what were some of the things that so did your mother go? Did you go to the meeting? Or
No, my mom didn't go.
She didn't go.
No.
Okay. So what were some of the other things that they were telling? So did you think that they were trying to recruit your mother?
Yeah, they was. Cause they was like talking about. Well, at first they came over. At first when this first started happening, it was just like normal, just come people come over the house, chill. Found out I lived there. I thought it was just on some. Oh, I see looking a long time. And Eunice when I was coming over, taking me to the movies, taking me shopping, taking me out to eat all the time. I mean, I didn't even know Eunice at the time. I just met him through Shillamo, and he was just coming over, taking me to the zoo, to a little park they had in there and stuff. Just out to eat stuff all the time. Just I just thought it was some just regular chilling.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was being a cool person. Then it was auto, and like the ladies that was going out with mom every night, just paying for most of the stuff, taking her to shop, not shopping, just going to the movies with her, chilling, going to the mall, with women, shopping and everything, go clubbing, hanging out.
Did they? Okay, and them trying to recruit your mother, anything like that, did they like offer anything or?
Yeah, they offered like money. They was like at first when they tried, they were trying to bring on like the little things the so-called things that happen. And my mom not believing that, so they was like, well, if you do this, we know you need the money. If you do this, you can get money for it. We can get money out of this. We all get money from this. Imagine what you can do for your kids. You can move to a new house. We can move what you can do. You can get your son in a better school. You have have a nice life, and everybody up, and she was like, basically you'll be doing better if you just do this with us. But
Mm-hmm.
'cause I think that they found out about my mom from the son that she had filed for some child support things, so that's probably why they thought it was gonna be easy to recruit her into it.
So whatever happened, you mentioned child support.
Oh, she dropped the case.
Oh, she dropped it.
Yeah.
Okay. So, okay, like out of all the people that are involved in the conspiracy, like you were saying, or the people that's involved in the case in general, did you ever live with them, or did you ever stay with them?
I stayed with Shillamo, David, them and the rest of them in the same house. I stayed with them for a minute, for years in the same house. Stayed together.
So at any time, while y'all were together, or you've known them, at any time did you witness them being molested by Mr. York?
Nah, it couldn't have been because we was always together. There was no time when Shilima went somewhere and no one was with him. If Shilima went somewhere, Sam probably went. My brother Rob probably went somewhere. It was nowhere time when it was just, you just had to went along with your own thing. And then there's no way I went to my father's house because there's always somebody down there. And there's a certain time when we all used to go to the house.
You mean in the house?
Nah, we didn't go in the house. We just sit there and just talk to him. Stuff like the patio and stuff.
So, at any point did, excuse me, at any point did any of these, people that's involved with the case that at any point did they tell you that they were molested?
Nah, I mean, it was, nah, it was a regular place, you know what I'm saying? It couldn't happen like that. It was played, we all played basketball, chill all the time, you know what I'm saying? Shilima was a bully on the line to me. Basically I just...
How about, did you ever live with David?
Yeah.
David?
Yeah, I lived with David. I saw David in the mall too. And I was asking him about the case and stuff, why he do that stuff. He was like...
Oh, so you saw him in the mall after?
After the case, after he's been arrested, I've been arrested.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
And he was just like, I was like, man, what's up with that, man? He was like, oh, man, my mom made me do it. I didn't want to do it. She just kept trying to convince me to do it and try to say I got molested and stuff. And then, but before that, I spoke to him on the phone, and he was telling me that his mom had told him to do that and stuff. And that he got convinced by his mom to just go ahead with the plan. He'll get this money and stuff. He'll be living better if he go with the plan. I guess that's what they told everybody.
And when was this?
This was 2002.
So it was so definitely after. Was it in the summertime or wintertime?
I don't remember. I think it was still school time, and I visited my brother's house on the weekend and saw him at the mall.
Okay, and David said that it didn't happen, and
yeah, it never happened. He just his mom keep trying to convince him to do that. There's nothing he really can do, or to say it's already been done. What's been done already, stuff like that. He's real sorry for what he did, for everything. Yeah.
So were you close to David? I mean, did you know him?
I mean, I knew him real good. I stayed with him for a minute, but yeah, we all. I mean, it was like a family of brothers in the house. Have your ups and downs, your fights every now and then. It's regular. Play, chill. Just regular.
So you said. So she said. So who you talking about? His mother, Barbara Noel.
Yeah.
How about his sister, Ada and Nicole?
I never ran into her. I never saw her. I seen her for a minute.
Okay. How about Amanda or Amala?
No, I didn't see Amanda either, but they was telling me about Amanda. And like, yeah, she's coming down from such to come meet up with us at the library and everything.
The meeting that you spoke about earlier? Okay, that's when everybody was getting together?
Yeah.
Okay, and you said did your mother go?
Nah.
She didn't go?
Went to the meeting.
So what was some of the things that is being said? How's your mother's feelings about everything now?
For one thing, she's real sorry about bringing the child support thing up. When it first happened, she was always crying, always depressed, always apologizing to me for stuff that for her child support thing, out of the blue and stuff. And she was real depressed. Then she started getting angry because people, and they were still trying to call her to try to get her to come to them and stuff like that, chill with them and stuff. And then people, I knew the reporter was calling, Bill Osinski started calling again. That's when we got a number changed.
So so how do you feel about the whole situation?
It's crazy. Nothing but a whole bunch of angry people with little grudges just make up one big story. It's crazy.
Have you heard about the new evidence with Habiba coming forward?
Yeah, I saw it.
You saw it? Okay, so the stuff that she was saying, does that add up to like the stuff that you knew?
Yeah, it gets a lot of, because one few times they called the house They was calling back and forth, back to back. And she was saying one part they was saying on the tape, well, Habiba, she was stating that they used to call each other, and they used to have each other on three-way and let each other know what they told the FBI, just make it believable. They used to basically took further than it was supposed to be. They was just starting for this, and then they had to follow make stories up to keep this thing sound true. So they have to keep, calling each other, let each other know what they said so they can believe that and follow what they said. And I think they tried to probably do that to my mom because they called the house and there was a few people on the phone. I know it's a fat voice and it was like some other tests on the phone. And it was like, where's your mom at? And well, tell her I'm gonna call back in 3 more minutes. Tell them to talk to us. Very, very, very important. Then I call back again. Tell us to talk to us. Very, very, very important. And it did add up because when they were saying about the three-way thing on the tape and that kind of that, I was wondering why they called so many people on the phone.
Yeah. Okay. So did your mother know about the trip that they took to Florida?
Nah, she probably still don't know about that.
Really? Okay. All right. If your father could see this videotape right now, what would you say to him?
I mean, he'll be doing well. I mean, I've been first I was kind of scared. I really know what's going on with the case. I wasn't sure. I was not living with my brothers. I was living with my mom, so I didn't really know. I couldn't really get in contact with people. I didn't really know what was going on. But now it seems like everything's getting better. People starting to come out the open, talking to the clouds and stuff. Letting the truth be known, and so we know you're about to get out soon and everything. Hope you're doing straight and everything. We're about to see you soon.
No. Your name is Hanan Merritt. I'm like, yes. And she said, I heard all about you. She was telling me she heard all about me. She was like, finally, she said, I know your name and everything. She said, all I was waiting for was a picture to match the name with. I'd never been molested. I'd never been molested. I'd never been molested.
Good afternoon. My name is Dorothea Parham. Many people know me as Farasa. I'm the mother of Sakina Parham, who is one of the complainants against Dr. Malachi York. Today is June 17th. It's Thursday, and it's 2004. I'm absolutely certain that this is a conspiracy against him. The reasons why I say that is because, first of all, in reference to my daughter, Sakina, her situation is she's claiming she's trying to get money from Dr. York. I personally know that she has always liked money ever since she was a child, and as a matter of fact, she's had a love for money that was so deep that I used to tell her when she was young that I hope money doesn't get her in trouble when she got older. I also like to say that the majority of the conspirators against Malachi York, I do know of them. I've known them since they were children. I'm certain that they've been coerced. I would like to say that approximately 2.5 years ago, there was a cookout in Atlanta at Sakina's house. Most of the people that have brought the case against Malachi York were present. It was kind of surprising to me, but I would like to say that I'm certain many of them were in, cahoots with each other. I've personally seen fear in them. I've seen anguish amongst them. I've talked to several of them during the case. I'd like to say that some went into hiding because of fear. I believe it was from the government using scare tactics on them. Also, I'd like to say that I'm aware that my daughter was flown between between New York and Atlanta several times. I'm certain that the government funded these particular trips back and forth. I'd like to also say that some of the conspirators had personal issues with Malachi. Some of them just wanted money. I also know his son Jake pretty well. He was not present at the cookout, but I will say that he did have issues with his father. I'm very certain of that. I've talked to him since he was like 14. At one point, him and my daughter Sakina were boyfriend and girlfriend, just as it was stated by Malachi York. It's true. I'd also like to say that, to my knowledge, many of the people that brought this case against Malachi York have stayed in contact with each other.
My name is Hesna Evans. It's April the 17th, 2004. I'm 18 right now. I did this out of my own free will. They didn't give me any drugs or anything. I was named as an alleged victim in the case. And Malachi
Malachi York is innocent. He never molested me nor anyone that I know of. 2004. My name is Leah Mabry. I was defense witness at Mr. York's trial. My testimony was limited by the judge. He wanted to cut off 90% of everything that I said, without the jurors being present. And I was going to explain how Jacob wanted me to go to the FBI and tell them that I was molested by Mr. York. He told me that it was already set up, that the FBI had him on a payroll, and that I could get in on some of the payroll to help him build his record industry.
Because it was what they call hearsay. Anytime the person that actually made a statement is not there to testify, and another person is going to testify to what that person stated, that's hearsay. All right, now, so the judge has to make a determination as to whether or not hearsay can be admitted, right? But in this situation, it was our position that because our defense was based on this allegation, that we had reliable witnesses, not just Damon, but we had one of Jacob York's sisters also, for the same thing was stated to her, and that all of this evidence needs to come into before the jury, so that the jury can get a true picture of the truth of the case. And that was limited. Now, I would suffice it to say that hearsay was allowed in from the prosecution's point the entire trial.
But it wasn't. But it wasn't allowed in on your side.
Right. A very limited amount was let in, but it didn't get to the point to fully establish the defense. The motive, as Damon stated, the motive. He would have been the person, plus Jacob's sister, if the judge would have let certain testimony in to establish the reason why Jacob York set up this conspiracy. And we were not allowed to allow that evidence in. And that would be one of the issues that we will raise on appeal.
That willpower is beginning to stink a little bit, man.
Now, let me point one more
Go
thing
ahead,
out. One thing that was not addressed and never sufficiently answered by any of the alleged victims is who financed the trip to South Beach. Now, if anybody's ever been to South Beach is one of the most expensive vacation areas in the world. And they were 2 vans that were rented. They lived at a very expensive hotel for an entire weekend. Food, alcohol, and everything was paid for. And as far as our information is concerned, none of these alleged victims that went had jobs. So the question still remains, who financed this trip?
Who paid for the trip?
Right, and that was never answered.
The jury's still out on that?
Right.
Oh, man. All right. You was going to say something. I'm sorry.
I was going to add to that. Not only was Damon Pryor prevented from testifying.
Frederick Johnson, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Dr. York's daughter also testified, but her testimony was limited because the same procedure that the judge did with Damon did also with Dr. York's daughter. And her testimony was limited. But we also had other witnesses, just as the attorney said, that was prevented from testifying at all. And one of those witnesses went on that South Beach trip. And it was a female, and she also heard of the plot. And they were discussing it freely in the travel of going down at South Beach when they were partying, staying at the bars and the clubs down there, and on their way back. Because on their way back, a day or 2 later is when they went to the FBI.
Witness for the defense on the case of Malachi York, and my testimony was blocked. I feel as though my testimony was very important because I was an eyewitness to the South Beach trip. I was there on the trip. But later on in the trip, I found out that it was to set up Mr. York.
Down to South Beach to celebrate and get everybody together and get their stories straight.
Right.
And once they returned back, this was Memorial weekend, Memorial Day weekend. And when they came back, that's when they went to the FBI. So we have several witnesses, one that went on the South Beach trip, another witness that didn't get to testify, also witnessed Jacob York over the internet, computer, discussing it with other people part of this conspiracy of how they're going to take Dr. York down, what they're going to say, who to recruit next, and if the judge would have allowed that testimony in, the jury would have came back with a different verdict.
And I want to add something to what Mr. Johnson stated, is that this was allegedly a halfway house. Actually, it was a house where the girls came and Jacob York was having sexual relations with almost every single alleged victim.
That's right.
And that was brought up during the course of the trial, and I think he even related that to Damon in terms of showing pictures to him.
Very well, because a few of the girls that left the land, they went to my father's house because my father said that they could stay there until they could get on their feet. And from my house, they went to Jacob's house. And just about all the girls involved in the case stayed there with Jacob, and I know for a fact that they were having sex with Jacob because they talked about that all the time, and never once did they bring up the fact that, they were being molested by Mr. York or anything of that nature.
You got my voice there for a second. This information comes up in the trial.
Right. The information, let me tell you what information came up. The fact that he was having sex with most of the alleged victims, that came up. But the information as far as the details of what Damon had to say to establish the circle of the conspiracy did not. And what the sister had to say did not come up.
Any more information from the defense that was prevented from coming to the trial or coming to evidence?
Also, there was also people that would have testified to the fact that Jacob York molested children, and that didn't get entered into as evidence as well.
The so-called accuser is tainted.
Right. That's why we always said that.
That's right.
That the father York is being accused of the son Jacob York's crimes.
Right.
Exactly.
Right. That's what it will boil down to.
And basically, in my closing, I stated that if the government states that Jacob York was not this person we've alleged, they should have called him to the stand to clear his name, and they didn't.
Agents involved in this operation out here?
There were certainly all of my personnel, that entailed maybe almost 30, close to 20 from the Columbia County Sheriff's Office, close to, go ahead. I'll go back and start again. Virtually all of my personnel, well, don't get me wrong, there's still deputies on patrol, but other than those on patrol are here, along with approximately 20 from the Columbia County Sheriff's Office over in Athens, Georgia, maybe 15 to 20 from the Baldwin County Sheriff's Office in Milledgeville, another 15 to 20 from the Jones County Sheriff's Office in Gray, Georgia. There's 2 DNR personnel here and 2 federal United States Forest Service personnel. And there were probably, at some juncture in time, close to 200 FBI agents.
Why do you need so many, and how come they got machine guns and cannons and helicopters and bombs?
Well, I would suggest that you ask the FBI why they have their equipment.
I thought you were heading this investigation, Sheriff Seals.
Did you not understand my response? I would suggest you ask the FBI why they have helicopters and things, as to why my officers have weapons that they have.
Are they threatened?
I ordered them to possess the
Are they threatened by the people on this land? Excuse me. Who actually made the arrest? Excuse me. Of Mr. York?
What year was this? 1995. They have questioned people that live there, asked them, how do you like it here? you know, like, we get together later and talk. They separated us. We had nothing to hide. They walked in, they walked through our homes, everything. And at the end of the day, they were leaving with T-shirts and asking Pops, could they hunt? Could they come back up there and hunt? These are the same white officials from Putnam County. They want to go fishing and come hunt the deers. And we were like, well, we don't kill animals. That's not something we're about. We're against that type of thing. But how did it go from that? I mean, to me, that was a starting point of them saying, wow, we've got to do something to stop these people. Because we couldn't find anything, they couldn't find anything there that was wrong with the way that we lived. It was completely legal. We weren't bothering anybody. We were clean. They walked right through. I mean, it's just like, they went as far as taking Pops to the headquarters in Atlanta to do a lie detector test. On 2 occasions, they made him come in one day, then they made him come back to do a lie detector test. He passed both lie detector tests. And it was questions concerning our lifestyle that they were asking him. And he had nothing to hide. He answered all of their questions. He passed the lie detector test. They left us alone after that. But then they kept fishing for something, and it had to get to the point of, one small group of people being disgruntled for one reason or another, and that just led to the fall of an entire nation. I mean, or not saying that it is, but to lead to that, I mean, it's just like, and to remove a person who's done nothing but good. We're not going out saying, let's, get involved with politics and all this type of thing. I mean, we were just living for and by each other. Just simple. Just let's all be rich together. We can't make it on our own. Let's all be rich together. We'll have one nice big place for all of us. We'll teach our children how to be intelligent for all of us. That was it. No plots against the government. We paid our taxes. Our land taxes were paid. What? What did we do that was so offensive to anybody? But the information that Pops put out there was offensive to someone. And that's the reality. And that offense went beyond where it should have gone. And there were people used in doing that had no idea that it was something way bigger than them. The conspiracy is way deeper than it appears to be, like Papa was saying. It's beyond all of us, and we've got to bring him home. That's the reality. Thank you, Sister Hager. Say, like, Zaid said, years ago, I enjoyed the life that we had in Bushwick. As a matter of fact, when my mother got up in there, my sisters cried, we all cried. And actually, I came back when I was 13. And it was interesting because I used to sit there and tell them the kind of life that they have out there that they shouldn't want to go to, because I was subjected to all of that, When I came there, I was a total different person from what they knew me as when I left, when I was 9 years old. My mentality was different. You talk about a person, ghetto from the street. That was me. It just, everything about me was wrong. My attitude, the way I spoke to grown-ups and adults, my elders, I had no respect, nothing. And I could say thanks to my father, he definitely changed me into who I am today. As far as in education, I didn't care about that then, and now I have plenty thanks to him, And what most people don't realize is that this has a long-term effect on our generations. My daughter, when she last seen him, she was 4 years old. And still today, she asks about him. So, I mean, people need to take into consideration that, they hurt a lot of people. Not just our blood relatives, but a lot of other people who also saw him as a father.
Alright y'all, what it do? It's your girl Rashida. So let me tell y'all where I'm at right now. Right now I'm here to go through the Metal Detector Spring Fest 2007. I done did this thing for a couple of years. It's always off the chain. Radio 1 is usually about 20,000 people. But this year I'm gonna crank it up for all my ladies with that bubble gum that's going down real big. So y'all come on, y'all gotta enjoy the show. It's gonna be off the chain. I'm back, this is where all the celebrities and stuff. I done found my homeboy, I'm talking about.
my sister right here. She the California diva. You already know. I say it all the way back like that. That number love, you know. I look good, she look good. I mean, we gonna make history.
She's extraordinaire, you know what I'm talking about?
Hopefully she'll fuck with me one day. I got my beat game up, so.
I'm waiting on him to fuck with me.
Hey, she doing her thing on her own, you know. I did my thing on my own, so we're gonna bring it together and we're gonna shut the town down. That's what's up.
There it is.
If you see this man, run! Yeah. Now that Jacob York, man, he got a lot of history, but I really met him in the time I was supposed to receive him back in
2000.
The D-Lo days. And Jacob believed in him. But he ain't really go with me like that. All the way though. He still owed me some money from back then.
Oh, I offered to give you that money.
Get this
now. I offered the money to him 2 years ago. I said, Colo, come down. I'm going to give you the money, and he never showed up. You remember?
That sounds realistic, Kurt.
Maceo's album. Come produce a track. He said, I want to get this paid. I said, come on, come get the money. I told him to do it. All right. Come get the money right now, bro.
Hey, nothing call me, boy.
What up, Jimmy?
Rashida, baby, how we do it, man? From the A-Town Fighter. Holla at your boy. She got it on deck this year for the women, baby.
Alright.
We gone.
Understand it's your girl, Rashida George Peace. Look who I done found.
She
right
trying to make me taste her bubble gum.
Okay.
That's what's up. Slim Thug, Please Believe the Spring Fest 07. This from on my stage, you know what I'm saying? I just do it like this. I just find, you know what I'm saying? See what I be finding just in the
Y'all here,
trees
baby.
and shit.
Miami is going down. Sheila.
Alright.
Okay. I'm running this shit and they didn't have my drink yet. So look, we about to go get ready for the club tonight. So this is what we're gonna do. I'm just gonna sign off and I'm gonna go read my gear and then we're gonna tear it up tonight.
My name is Elizabeth Westbrook, and I'm 26 years old, and it's May 8th, 2004. The purpose of this videotape is to state for the record what went on during the arrest of Malachi York and Kathy Johnson York. I would like to state that I was an eyewitness to the arrest. Myself, Diane Vincent, Malachi York, and Kathy Johnson. It is May 8th, 2004. My name's Diane Vincent. My age is 39. I guess I can start off by saying the reason why I'm doing this tape to get on record that everything that happened during May 8th, 2002, how the arrest began, because a lot of people are not aware of the things that my crew chief Black Thunderbird Eagle, Dr. Malachi Z. York went through. A lot of things that Kathy Johnson went through, a lot of things that we all went through that day. I heard Sills make a comment that it's not about Malachi York and the Nawapian people, if you want to call them that. And I just think that's just a very degrading thing to say, because it shows what type of person he really is. It shows his racism and his biasness. And people are hearing the propaganda that's in the media, and they're not hearing what people went through that day. They don't care about what people went through on that day. They don't care about individuals take away from the name Nawapian. They don't care about what innocent individuals went through and what they underwent under the hands of the government. And it was unnecessary. It was unnecessary, and it was based on lies. So I had to get that. But before I go on into what happened during the arrest, I would like to state what happened prior to the arrest. 2 years ago, exactly today, May 8, 2004, we were coming from Athens to the land at 44 Shadydale Road in Edenton, Georgia.
During the month of May, we usually prepare for our week-long festivities we have in June. And that particular day, we had a meeting with a laser company because the other church members in Malachi, York, thought we would do something different this year. And we were going to have a laser show, a light show, and show holographic images. So the laser company was going to do a test run, you know, to see exactly how much space was needed or exactly where they would shoot it, the best lighting in the best position. We arrived there early, and to let time pass by, you know, to buy some time, we went to Milledgeville. When we arrived at our destination in Milledgeville, Georgia, we did our shopping. It was in the we were in the parking lot of the Kmart.
We decided to go. Naku decided he wanted to, you know, go to Milledgeville and do some shopping, and so he invited me along to do the shopping. So as we went shopping, right, we go into the store. I remember going to the store. I remember a man standing there as soon as we walked into the hat store in Milledgeville. I remember a man standing there, and I remember Mr. York on the Naku. I remember him saying something. I'm not sure exactly what he said. And, oh, you're already here. That's what he said. And a man looked at him weird. Later on, I found out it was one of the FBI agents. And we did our shopping, and I happened to go to Kmart to look for something.
After we were finished, which is myself, Malachi York, Kathy Johnson York, and Diane Vincent, we were walking towards the vehicle. And we got in the vehicle. Everything was normal at that point. We got in the vehicle. Before we could put our seatbelts on, in the shadow of an eye, in a split second, we heard a loud boom, and simultaneously we heard shouting saying, "Get out the car right now." And I'm sorry, I would like to state for the record, I don't use obscene language. This is the language that was being told to us, and this is how we were told to get out of it.
As we came out of the store, we got into the car, we started conversating. Next thing you know, back of the windows shattered. That's what I saw was afterwards. When we first heard the bang, we thought somebody shot through the window. We thought it was being carjacked. I thought it was I don't know what it was. My mind just went into TV mode because that's the only thing I could relate to it. I thought somebody shot the back of my head out, and I couldn't, and I didn't know about it until I thought maybe I was in shock. That's why I didn't know about it. I didn't know what it was. I just know I heard bang. Psh. Then moments after that, because things happen so fast, you saw the glass, so you knew the window shattered out. You still didn't know what it was. You heard somebody scream, "Get out of the car!" So we thought we was being carjacked. We was like, what the hell's going on? What is this? What's going on? Right? Next thing you know, the window on my side gets shattered in. I just so happened to move down and move to try to comfort Makul because I saw that he was keeling over, and I thought he was hurt. I was like, well, maybe he got shot. So I went to grab him to see if he was okay. And as I did that, the window bashed in same time. Had I not, whatever it was, whether they shot the window or whatever it was, would have smashed me all in my face, would have just bashed my face open. Luckily, it just splattered in my head and in my ears and got some in my clothes and stuff, like abrasions on my clothes and so forth. I mean, on my neck and so forth. Next thing you know, we were being pulled out of the car. Everybody was yanked out of the car. Everybody was yanked out of the car and was dragged on the ground, was thrown on the ground. I had two guns pointed toward me. One was towards my head and one was towards my back. I couldn't put my feet all the way down because I had heels on. But they kept mashing my feet down, saying, "Put your feet down, put your feet down." I said, "I can't, I have heels on." Right? I said, "What is this? What is going on? Why are we doing this?" No one gave us an answer. Why are you doing this? Why you have guns pointed at my head? So I lifted my head up, right, because it had me positioned in an awkward way, and the glass was just right at my face. So I lifted my head up, and the guy pushed my head down with the rifle again and said, "Get your head down." And when I lift up, I didn't know I had a gun in my back until I lift up and I felt the gun on my back and my head. That's when I realized I had a gun on my back and my head, and they handcuffed us. And immediately I thought about Makul because I knew he was ill. So I tried to lift my head up again to see if he was okay because he was behind me. And the man pushed my head back down to the ground. And I said to myself, well, he's just going to have to shoot me because I have to see if he's okay. So I lift my head up again, turn around to see if he was okay. By that time, they had pulled Makul up from the ground, and they had him up against a car, and they had 2 guns pointed at him. And it was, I don't even think they frisked him at the time. They just had the guns pointed at him. So the next thing I did was I looked to the side to see if I could see Elizabeth or Kathy. I didn't see Elizabeth because she was on the opposite side of me, but what I saw was half of Kathy. I saw her from her waist down, and I saw 2 men with assault rifles pointed at her. One was in the angle that was pointed. It was looking like it was pointed at her back and her head, like mine. And so we stayed like that for a few minutes, and all I kept saying is, "Why you're doing this? What is this about? Why you're doing this? What is this about?" Because I'm thinking, Dad, did we run somebody over? Did we hit somebody and not know it? Did we get into a car accident? What is going on?
Somebody comes up to me suddenly or knocks on the side of my window suddenly. Even today, I get a little shell shock because that's how it came across. While they were shouting at us, glass shattered from the back of the vehicle and the side of the vehicle, and at this point I thought we were being shot at. And I looked towards Doc and I said, get down, get down. I think we're getting carjacked because the people with the guns, they didn't have any marked clothes on, just black clothing. And I couldn't understand what was going on, so I got down and I did like this, so Pop could get down too. And he was like, "No, I want to see what's going on." I was like, "No, we getting shot at, just stay down." Meanwhile, they no longer waited for us to get out the vehicle. They opened the doors for us and began yanking us out of the vehicle. I fell on the ground. At this point, I lost eye contact with Malachi York. I was on the concrete, and it must have been 98 degrees outside that day. I was on the concrete and I fell a certain way. So the guy began to cock his gun and poke it in my back, telling me to spread my legs and spread my arms. So I could see Kathy Johnson York in front of me because she too had 2 guns on her. One pointed to her head and one pointed to her back. And they was just telling her to do the same thing. So while I had my hands and legs in a spread eagle type of manner, the guy began to handcuff me. And I could still hear what was going on the other side of the vehicle, and I heard shouting in the other sister. And I could see Kathy in my peripheral because she was right in front of me. He handcuffed me, picked me back up. Well, it wasn't like it was a jerk. Jerked me up, and then I regained visual contact with Malachi York. At this point, he was up against the adjacent car, and his glasses were slightly hanging off of his face, and he was sweating profusely. And that it was 2 guys on him, and this is at this point as well, a FBI vehicle, SWAT car truck pulled up. And this is when they began to reveal who they were, because before nobody had anything marked, so I didn't know what was going on. It was 2 guys on Malachi York with guns pointed to him, and he was leaning up against the adjacent car, and I would not take my eyes off of him. And they were yelling, asking him different questions, and I couldn't really hear exactly what they were asking. But you could just see he was just shaking his head down like this and trying to get his glasses pulled on his face as he was being yanked.
Pulled me up. And they pulled me away from Dr. York, right? And they moved me to the squad car, past the car to where we are, past the navigator. Moved us past there, and they moved Kathy and Elizabeth on the other side. Okay, so I was like, where are you taking everybody? Why are you taking me? Why are you separating us? What is this about? No one said anything. No one let us know who was being arrested. We didn't even know who was being arrested or anything. So that all that unanswered went on. So I started to say, after I was able to see Maku where I was standing, right? So I was trying to see if everybody else was all right. So I said, where's my sisters at? I said, where's Kathy, where's Elizabeth? And one of the officers said, well, you'll see them sooner or later, right? I said, I want to see them now. Where are they? Where are they? So he pulled Elizabeth over to me, right? And somehow they maneuvered us, and we walked over on the other side of the parking lot, away from Maku, and they moved Kathy to the side that we were on, but still it was away from Maku. It was like where I was, and we were able to see Maku where we were, and so we kept asking, what was this about? What was this about? And it had this little man that was from Atlanta. I guess he was an agent. He was from Atlanta, and he was irking me because he was being facetious, and it was as though it was a whole bunch of non-concern, and it hurt me more so because we knew we were there for wrong reasons, and we knew that these people the way they was treating us and the way they was behaving, the way he was behaving, the comments that he was saying, you know, like y'all people from New York and stuff like that, even though half of us wasn't from New York. And, you know, little things he was saying made me think that he was fed a lot of information that was wrong. Like one thing, he thought everybody was from New York, and I said, that's mislead you. You think that everybody's from New York, and they're not. That's what you're told. That's the propaganda you're fed in the newspaper, because people have been feeding the media propaganda about Nawapians way before May 8th. Okay, it's been a prejudice about Nawapians way before May 8th. So you can see he was poisoned by that propaganda. We asked him what was his name, and he gave some phony name that he couldn't even spell. So he was like, spell it, and he couldn't even spell it, so we knew it was phony, so he was like a waste of time. We asked him, we kept saying, we want to go where they are, we want to go with them. Why are we not there with them? Why are we not going with them? And his answer was, he's God, he has God on his side, God is going to go with him. And I was like, you know, that is such a blasphemy statement to say, as such a, what is it? It's such a debasing statement, such a disrespectful statement to say, even for somebody that's a Christian. Okay, for somebody that's a Christian, why would you say a thing like that? Why would you say something like that? If he's a Christian man, if I'm a Christian woman, why would you belittle my religion in that way? And that's the first thing that came out. You just throw that out like that. You just say that so easily, just to be spiteful. And you have no reason to be spiteful because you know nothing about Maku or the Nawapians. You know nothing about us. So that type of thing was going in my head, and it was sort of angering me. And I saw how people just don't care. And so we just kept asking questions. We kept asking questions that we weren't asked. They asked us our name. We gave them let me state this for the record. We gave them our name when we were in the parking lot, handcuffed. We gave them our name, our addresses, and our social security numbers. So whatever officer lied after we were detained a whole hour later, and they came down here a whole hour later and raided Tamaray, whatever officer lied and told the people that we were being detained because we weren't cooperating was lying. We gave them every information that we had, and they searched our bags to get the information that they needed. Okay, so that was a total lie. So obviously the quote-unquote detainee thing was bogus. Okay, so after that we were handcuffed. They wouldn't give us any information. This woman came by and said, she said, we asked her a question. She said he was going to appear before the magistrate judge. She didn't tell us why. And we were like, why is he appearing before the magistrate judge? We had no inkling of what the problem was or why anybody was being arrested. Until that time, until she pointed out the fact that it was Makul being arrested, I thought that we had did something wrong. I thought we did something wrong with the driver. And she said Makul was appearing before a magistrate judge. They didn't say anything about Kathy. So we said, why I wanna go with him. She said, no, you're not going with him. She said, I'm going with him. He'll be saved. You can trust me. I'm going with him. I said, trust you? I said, you just yanked me out of my car, bashed the windows in, yanked me out of my car, and threw me down on the floor, had guns loaded and pointed to my head for nothing, and I'm supposed to trust you? And she kept saying, well, he's going with me. And so we asked her, what's her name? She said something like Lottie or Ronnie.
They took Kathy Johnson, York, to a separate vehicle away from us. And they took myself and Diane Vincent to another area, and they pulled Malachi York in front of the vehicle on the side where I was originally standing. So we still had visual contact with him. They stripped him of his jewelry, his cross that he wears. They stripped him of his cross that he wears. They took his items out of his pocket. They began searching the vehicle to look for weapons after they already had pointed guns at us as if we had anything. They found no weapons in the vehicle. Glass was everywhere. The sister Diane Vincent that was with me, we were standing there still in handcuffs. The handcuffs were very tight around our wrist. And you could see that the way they handcuffed Pops, they had him handcuffed in a very uncomfortable manner because one of his shoulders was down and he wasn't balanced. And he was up against the car, meanwhile still trying to, keep eye contact with us to make sure we were all right while they were doing these horrible things to him.
We kept looking at Makul to see if he was all right because we knew he was ill. They searched him. They took his religious medallions off. They searched his pockets, and they appeared to be questioning him. We were too far away to hear what they were saying, but we saw him nodding and so forth like that. And at one point, Makul was standing up, and he sort of leaned back, like in fatigue. He leaned back up against the car, and the officer allowed him to sit down then. Because he saw that he was about to collapse. So he let him sit down, and he leaned sideways against the thing, still handcuffs still on. He leaned sideways, and he was complaining about the handcuffs being too tight. And it was a real hot day. We asked who the man was that was questioning Makul. They told us Alan.
They asked us our names. They never told us. We asked why were we being arrested. The guy said, "You're not being arrested. You're just being detained." I told him that's like saying you're not being fired, you're being downsized, and we're in handcuffs, and you're just taking advantage, and I don't understand what's going on. They wouldn't tell us anything. They never read Malachi York his rights. His rights were not even read to this day. He was never read his rights. I asked, could I please be with him? They said, no, if you take another step, then it'll be trouble. So Diane Vincent, told me just, calm down. They took, at this point, they brought Kathy Johnson York back around, and they put her in a Baldwin County vehicle, and they put myself and Diane Vincent in another Baldwin County vehicle, and they put Malachi York. They put him in an unmarked, regular, just brownish, champagne-colored car. And they took us to different places. They took me and the sister Diane Vincent, they took us to Baldwin County Sheriff's Department. Malachi York had left before we did. We stayed in the parking lot in the back of the vehicle, the sheriff's car, for at least 20 minutes. And the sister Kathy Johnson York left in another Baldwin County sheriff's car, and she left maybe 10 minutes before we did. So they separate us in intervals. When we went to the Baldwin County Sheriff's detention center, they had the handcuffs on us, and the sister Diane Vincent had a big piece of glass stuck in her shoe still, and we were still in handcuffs. So she was complaining about that and how much it hurt. We were there for a half an hour before they took the handcuffs off, and she was able to pull the large piece of glass out of her shoe. And we were fingerprinted 3 times, and our picture was taken 3 times. And we asked what was going on, and they still did not tell us what was going on. The sheriff of Baldwin County came in at that point and said, made a phone call in front of us and said, okay, do you have him, or how long should I keep these two? And apparently the guy said another 45 minutes, because we were there for another 45 minutes. And he told us, well, you have to stay here for at least 45 minutes to an hour before we can let you go. At the time that it passed, when we were able to, towards the end of the 45 minutes or whatnot, the sheriff came back to us and said, you're free to go, but Kathy Johnson and Malachi York is being under arrest. We said, what for? He said he didn't have any details. So meanwhile, they towed the vehicle we were in to the Baldwin County Sheriff's Department where we were at. And as we were walking out, the vehicle, I was in a state of shock while everything was happening, but as we were walking out, the vehicle had no back window anymore, and on the passenger side where Pops was sitting, behind him, the glass was shattered there as well. So the glass was broken all throughout the vehicle. Everything on the inside was broken. And I said, do you expect me to ride in this vehicle? And the sheriff of Baldwin County said, I don't know how that happened. I was just doing my job. I was just assisting the FBI. And I said, how it happened was the FBI busted our glasses, busted the glass open and busted while we were in the vehicle. And he said, I don't have anything to do with that. Here are the keys, ma'am. You're free to go. Meanwhile, I'm shaking profusely. I'm shaking, and I don't know what to do. So I was like, okay, all we could do is go back to the land at 404 Shadydale Road and let them know what happened, because we were scared. We didn't have Doc with us or nothing like that. So on our way back to the land, we were being followed, and before we could get to the land, it was a roadblock at the fork of the road, and they said no one can come past this point. So now I'm really going out of my mind because I don't know what's going on and what's happening. And then I saw some members at Ingalls. We had to turn around and drive back, and they let me know that while we were going through what we were going through, the land was being raided at 404. And I was like, raided? It was like, yeah, there's a whole bunch of FBI agents and cops up there. And I'm like, my daughter is there. Nesha was like, her kids are there, So we didn't know what was going on, what was happening. And we weren't able, they didn't clear the roadblock until very late, very late. So we were kept, in the dark for a long while. That's what transpired May 8th, during the arrest at that point. However, even today, 2 years later, I know my daughter, her name is Nawar Bennett, and she still has nightmares. My sister was watching her at the time of May 8th, and I know that sometimes in the middle of the night, she'll wake up screaming and shouting, and I'm like, "What's wrong?" She said, "It may not be real to you, but it's real to me." And I'm like, "What's that mean?" She said, they're coming," and I'm like, "What's that mean?" And she was 3 years old. She's 5 now. She was 3 years old at the time that this all happened, and she remembers it like it was yesterday. She looks at law enforcement different. She thinks they're enemies. Anybody she sees in a uniform and a gun, she feels that, you know, that they're coming after her. Every time a helicopter flies over our land, she runs in the house scared. Her and the other children even had a game that they had called helicopters. So they pretend they was helicopters and they run in the house and run for cover. Now, my daughter is 5 years old, keep in mind, 5 years old, and she runs it and replays it in her mind as if, you know, it happened yesterday, when she has dreams that reoccurs on a daily basis, and this is what, you know, we as parents have to deal with. We have to deal with the raid on May 8th, the arrest. Now I wasn't with her at that time. She doesn't, you know, if you even mention the word FBI, she thinks that she's going, you know, that she's going to die. And that's exactly, you know, what she's dealing with. This is what's happening now. Today is, what, 2 years ago exactly today. And in my heart, I feel like I died that day in May. When I wake up, I feel I'm waking up into a nightmare. When I go to sleep, you know, Pops is free in my dreams. So I feel that's the real reality to me. And right now is the nightmare until this whole thing is over. Malachi Z. York is innocent. New evidence has transpired. They're trying to block all of this. He is innocent of all these charges. He should never be in jail. He should have never had to go through this. Nobody should ever have to go through this. And nobody's looking at the fact of what's happening to us or what this 2 years have done to us. This is not a 2-hour movie that could be over and you know, in a matter of, this is happening to us on a daily basis. This is real. And he continues to suffer, you know, to this day off a bunch of lies and a plot that was set up by his son, Jacob York. And I you know, can't wait till he's free and the day that he's exonerated of all this mess, him and Miss Kathy Johnson York.
Then we told them that we had our bags in a car. They switched our handcuffs, okay, because the first people that had our handcuffs on, that put handcuffs on us, they came to get their handcuffs. So the man from Atlanta switched his handcuffs with them, and he put his handcuffs on us. We told them that we needed to get our bags. We asked them what we were waiting on, and they told us that Baldwin County was going to, they was waiting on Baldwin County Sheriff's Department. A lieutenant came in, and right now I can't recall the lieutenant's name, but the lieutenant came in, right, excuse me, and we switched handcuffs again. And this time we told them again we wanted to get our belongings, so they walked us one by one to the car, right, and I kept my eyes on Makul because I knew that he was ill. I mean, you could see it. He tried to act like he was strong, but you could see he was ill. We walked and got the car. We saw them take his belongings out of his pockets and so forth and put him in a bag. Well, it was already out of his pockets. It was on the seat, and they was taking them from the seat and put them in plastic bags, putting in these plastic bags. Then they walked us back, and they started to get ready to put us in a squad car. And we said, we don't want to leave yet. We want to leave with him. They said, well, you can't go with him. He's not going the same place. We said, well, we don't want to leave until he leaves. And the lieutenant told us we had to get in a squad car. So at first I wasn't budging. And a whole bunch of things were running through my head. I'm like, why is this happening? You're not going to get me in this car. You're not going to take him and do something to him because we already know how you feel about him. Well, I hesitated, and he told me, you don't want to do this. And what went in my head was what the other man that handcuffed us the second time said was that if we showed any kind of resistance, they would beat us down and shoot us. So I got into the vehicle, and plus I didn't see it as any benefit to be resistant and give them a reason to harm Nakul. So I just I went into the vehicle, and the puppy hair infested vehicle, and I just kept my eyes on Nakul. Then they brought Elizabeth in, and they drove us. They played like musical cars with us. They kept changing us like 3 times, the 3 different squad cars. They put Nakul in a champagne color, beige or champagne color squad car. They switched Kathy into about 2 different SWAT cars. We assumed Kathy was coming to Baldwin County with us because they told us we were going to Baldwin County. Why, if we were being detained, I don't understand why we had to go to Baldwin County. If we were being detained, then we should have been detained in that parking lot until they decided they were going to drive Nakul off. But for some reason they felt that they had to take us as detainees to Baldwin County, have us sit there for half an hour or more with handcuffs on while they booked other people. These people they booked, people were there that they booked. They fingerprinted them, took their ID, and took pictures of them. Those are the people they booked. Now, me and Elizabeth and I, as detainees, they fingerprinted us, took pictures of us, but we were detainees. We weren't, quote unquote, booked, as they say. We sat there, like I said, we sat there for a half an hour trying to figure out where's everybody, where's Kathy. We didn't see Kathy. They already said they was taking Nakul to Macon. We finally got that answer when we was in the last squad car, and a woman came to search our bags, and we said, please, can you tell us where he's going? And that's when she said he is going to Macon and he's going to appear before a magistrate judge. We said, for what? And she said that is on a need-to-know basis. I said, well, we need to know. So, but they didn't tell us. We didn't know anything. So Elizabeth asked for the keys to her car, and they gave her the keys to the navigator. We got there. I guess they must have drove the navigator on a tow car after us. Anyway, we sat there for about a half an hour or more, and then the Baldwin sheriff came in and told us that we were going to be, they were going to ask us some questions, and then they was going to let us go. We asked them about Kathy, and we were assuming like, well, Kathy must be in another room somewhere. They told us that Kathy was being arrested on charges, and they didn't say what the charges was. They said she was going to appear before the magistrate judge also. And we were like, for what? And he wouldn't tell us. We got fingerprinted. They shuffled around a bit because they was trying to figure out a way to fingerprint us and take our pictures for their records for whatever reason as detainees, instead of and not have it appeared as a booking. but basically they booked us. Okay. Then after all that, we stayed for about, I don't know, maybe an hour and a half or more. Then they let us go, and they let us go in this torn up car that they tore to pieces. So we just knew we was going to get stopped. The only thing we could think of is we have to get back home and let these people know what happened to Makul. And we just felt like crap because we were leaving and 2 people that we loved were gone. It was just stolen away from us for whatever reason. We didn't know for what reason. We drove home. We got stopped by a barricade. We basically we got stopped by the barricade. We didn't know where to go. And finally, some fellow Nawabians helped us and drove us to Macon. And then that's when we found out that Makul was being falsely accused of child molestation. Ridiculous. I mean, I can't say nothing else about it other than it's bogus. People need to know that that is not in his character. It's never been. I've been around for, how old am I? I'm 39 years old, since I was 15 years old, so almost 24 years. I came in when I was 15 years old, okay? I've been around Makul since I was 15 years old. It's amazing how everybody's ignoring the fact that the mission started in 1967 when Makul was 22 years old. And from 1967 to 1988, there has been not one individual child out of the thousands and thousands of children that came in and out of the community, there has not been one child that made these false accusations. It's not until these children who ended up in Putnam County, where Sheriff Howard Richard Sills resides as sheriff, it's not until then that these false allegations came about, and it's based upon a period of time, predominantly from in Shadydale, in Shadydale Road, Putnam County. Not necessarily I had to bring it back to New York in order to make a case. But it's based upon children that are here. It's odd that in his prime none of this happened. But when a man is almost 50 years old and over 50, he all of a sudden acquires this whatever that people saying that he all of a sudden starts allegedly molesting children. It doesn't make sense. Nobody is putting these two together. I was 15 years old, and he never approached me in any other way than other than respectful. He barely was around children when I was in a town when I was growing up. Okay, so it wasn't in his character and his boldness. That's basically it. I'm just want to clear that up and clear all the harassment and all that other stuff. What people need to know is they're trying to tell you that they didn't come out here and point guns at kids. They didn't come out here and tell you. If they trying to tell you that they didn't abuse their force when they arrested Makul, they're now lying, because they did. It was totally unnecessary what they did, and people are not seeing what these children went through. They're not seeing what adults went through. Everybody's talking about these liars who are now coming. Well, some of them said nothing ever happened, but they're being ignored anyway. But others who were forced to lie. Everybody's talking about the propaganda with them, but then nobody is talking about the innocent people that were unnecessary fingerprinted and photographed, violated None of these things are becoming an issue, and that's an issue that needs to be brought forth to the public. That's it, because I can talk forever.
People recanted with 2 written statements plus 2 videos, and then the other people came and said, well, that's not true, Mr. York never touched us, blah, 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 blah. That was it.
Yeah.
It was stuck. The case would have went out. And the bad thing about it is, when you get caught up in these kind of cases where they make a big deal out of it, and they throw in children and all kind of perverted stuff that's in their minds, the embarrassment of the media saying, wait a minute, you mean to tell me this is a lie? Mr. York doesn't have any venereal diseases? No. Mr. York doesn't have 100 children? No. Mr. York doesn't. When you get all that kind of stuff, where does this insanity come from? Sure. Why? Because Mr. York won a case against him. And who else? You remember? Because Mr. York won a suit, a toy.
Anika, the stripper girl that was, dancing and doing all kind of porn shit, and Jacob was pimping her all through New York and Hollywood and shit. I think he don't really fool with her either. But he liked to pimp and fuck and freak and do all that nasty demonic shit, little girls and little boys and all that carrying on. And Chris Brown slung the tea because he mad because Jacob York is managing Cartouche. Why would Cartouche let Jacob manage her anyway?
Wow.
I'd rather for her to have left Puffy manage her than Jacob.
Oh, yeah,
and I
that's
was like,
crazy.
well, what is Jacob gonna do with her career? Because nobody that he's ever managed has amounted to anything. Not Lil' Kim, not, nobody. He's managing whores. He's managing strippers. The Shanika girl that be digging all in her pussy and stripping all in the... I never liked you. But, he one time he tried to work with me back in the day, and he, something in my spirit just said he wasn't right.
Mm-hmm.
I just smelled nasty and filth on him. And y'all know the queen tell the true tea. So I smelled filth on him. He was just yanking and stanking and smelling like vile. And he came to the studio, and he had this beat, and I didn't like the beat, he got a little upset with me because I didn't like this beat that he had. But the true tea was he thought he was going to come in and do that demonic ass shit with the queen. But the queen was not one of them. And he couldn't fuck me, and he couldn't trick me and hold me all through the damn industry and sell me. So he didn't want to work with me no more. And it's funny because somebody recently told me that Jacob was into film. And I said, damn, let me give Jacob a call, because of course I want to get, I'm a writer and I want to do some film writing and, get some of my content to some of the directors and producers and stuff. So I was like, well, let me call Jacob and say, Jacob, if you know anybody, let them know that I have some screenplays and I got some scripts and stuff. And, if any directors are looking for content, hit me up. Right. And this puss ass nigga, when I said, hey, I called him and I said, hey, Jacob, I was like, it's Kaya. He gonna holler, Kaya? Kaya. Kaya. Kaya?
Wow.
Like, oh, Kaya. I said, I know you know who this is. Kaya. I said, yeah, I was calling because I had some content and stuff, and I heard that you was doing film. You was trying to tap into film because don't nobody want to fuck with you in the music industry. And if you know any directors or producers that's looking for some content, I got the content. Click before that bitch could say anything else. Click, puss ass nigga. It ain't number one fucking Kaya in this goddamn industry, bitch. Just like it ain't but one Dr. York that's doing life in prison, bitch. Okay, so while you around here want to motherfucking act like Kaya, bitch, everybody know when they say Dr. York that's your dad.
Right.
So who legacy look better? Mine's or yours, bitch, while you right here motherfucking tricking strippers and shit.
Well,
and got little ass girls fucking and sucking dick and got cooch all in the closet looking at your fucking hoes, and you wanna holler about Kaya.
Wow.
He one of them type of niggas that like niggas to watch him fuck other hoes. But I feel like them faggot ass niggas any nigga that wants you to look at their dick.
Yeah.
So I was like, true tea. Y'all know I don't slang nothing but the true tea, and this is just the true tea. But I'm just slanging the tea that Chris Brown slung because Chris Brown got online and said everything that I just said.
Wow.
How you fucking with a pedophile, your manager fuck little girls, your manager fuck little... I said, well, damn, Chris Brown, Cartouche pussy got you going in on Jacob York like that.
I'm talking about for real.
So Jacob, I don't want no shit out of you, bitch. If you want to check a hoe, check Chris Brown. Pee Wee, give us a song, because that's the true motherfucking tea for Tuesday. True Tea Tuesday! Cook this shit up. I couldn't make it up. Y'all know I don't make shit up. I just serve the tea hot. And if you want it cold, I'll get you a cup of ice because I don't give a fuck about you.
Hey.
We live and out loud, turn up Tuesdays, Pee-wees. That was a lot, wasn't it?
That was a lot. I like that.
I know you did, goddammit.
That was a real
Turn up Tuesday. We got to come back. I got some more tea.
I be seeing how witch hunts, you know, is easy, right? I don't want to seem like I'm defending any of his actions and the things he's done. And I want to talk about this Diddy situation when it comes to these Diddy parties only. We've seen the video of what happened with him and Cassie. We've seen the video of the U.S. attorney bringing down charges. So I think that is a completely different subject from what I'm talking about right now. I think he needs to see his day in court and be judged. Now, my biggest issue is the conflation between Diddy parties and Diddy sex parties, which are two different things. I'm watching promoters make jokes about this. I'm watching it on Page 6, Page 6, which is owned by, I think, the New York Post, which is a right-wing magazine, using it. I see TMZ using it for content. I see all these different people, pundits, political pundits, Trumpers, you know, the Democrats, everybody using the Diddy party, the Diddy party, the Diddy party as a thing, right? And instead of being honest about it, there is a big difference between Diddy and Puff Daddy parties, as in the public parties we threw for them, because I've thrown public parties for Diddy at clubs like Rain, at clubs like Mansion, at clubs like Crowbar, at Atlanta, at Dreams, all over the country. I've done Diddy parties, which people have come in the thousands and paid hundreds of dollars a piece to thousands of dollars a piece to enter this party, because Diddy threw a hell of a party. When they knew Diddy was booked, they knew they would have a hell of a good time. Now, I'm watching you promoters stay real quiet and act like some of y'all didn't build your entire empire off of Diddy parties. I'm watching rappers stay quiet and artists stay quiet, as if they don't know that the Diddy party is the reason why they can even get that type of money. People wasn't paying artists money like that to host. You had to do a concert. You had to do a full concert to get a booking. Diddy did it where it was like, yo, we can book an artist just to do a walkthrough. Because he just bought this level. Not that that was the first time it's done, but the first time an artist was able to get 3 bookings in one weekend was Diddy parties. And that's something you don't seem to understand. Before, an artist would be booked once. Like, you would be booked for a concert. Once that weekend, you had a 30-day block out and 200 radius block out. With the Diddy party and what AG did, you were able to do 3 parties in the weekend. So artists are making more money because of the Diddy party. Now, I'm not justifying him throwing weird, because, by the way, sex parties are not illegal in this country. Now, what happened at those sex parties that made them illegal is what we're going to see come out in the court papers. Right, so because there's literal sex clubs, there's sex tours, there's sex cruises, there's a whole bunch of swinger cruises. But I'm not justifying all that. What I want to talk about is how important the Diddy party was to hip hop, the all-white party. I see footage of this everywhere now, like with all the celebrities being dragged into it and everybody's being called pedophiles. Hold up. So you can't go to a party without being called a pedophile? So if you decide to show up to a party at a club, you're a pedophile? This is where we're at right now? That you can't go to a party without being called a pedophile? So because you went to a Diddy party at a club somehow, or you went to a private invite-only Diddy party, not a sex party, somehow you've turned out to be a pedophile. Come on, guys, man. Why are y'all not speaking up about this? The Diddy party opened up doors, right? When you look at I see people posting this party that was done at Cipriani's, right? I remember David from Icon and Jessica put together this party for Diddy's birthday at Cipriani's. You see everybody from Oprah to the president to Giuliani was there, right? At the time he was okay guy. And people are turning that and conflating that with some damn party being thrown, some sex party being thrown at Diddy's house. That's Cipriani's. Do you understand my point? Like, everybody, he was the hottest artist in the world. He was very commercial. And he helped to introduce hip hop to an audience because he had a different perception. He had a different mindset when it came to hip hop than other people. He liked it to be fun. So he introduced hip hop to a new audience, right? Those 4th of July parties in the Hamptons did not start with Michael Rubin and Jay-Z. That was Jessica and Diddy. So when you see all these people in white and you're making fun of them, like, oh, they're those are 4th of July parties in the Hamptons. They didn't. That's not the parties you're hearing about in this indictment. Why are y'all conflating the two? And why are a lot of artists silent about this? And a lot of promoters, event planners in the culture, they're insulting our culture. This ain't got nothing to do with Puff. This got something to do with them insulting hip-hop parties. Why is everybody quiet about this? I'm confused. I pride myself on being a really good promoter for the times that I did it. And I threw some of the most epic events ever. And some of those parties were Diddy parties. Now, I've never been invited to the sex parties. I don't know why not, but I've never been invited to those. But goddamn it, what does that have to do with a hip-hop party? Y'all act like he didn't revolutionize the hip-hop party. He didn't make it more fun. He didn't make it more entertainment. The mic, the way he went back with the drinks and everything changed the face of hip-hop. I'm not telling you Dougie Fresh ain't do it. He just didn't do it on a grand scale like Diddy did it. Like, this is the reason why you're able to get into the Hamptons. This is the reason why a lot of hip-hop parties can be produced in certain buildings. Y'all don't know a time where they didn't even want hip-hop in their clubs. Then I see hip-hop going all across Hollywood and all through New York City, in the city, Atlanta, and Buckhead, all in the bed. That was a time they didn't want hip-hop anywhere near those locations. At all. Some of us helped to revolutionize that. So all you promoters that were doing the annual white parties and doing all this stuff, y'all are doing a Diddy-influenced party. Y'all are doing stuff that he branded. Now, I don't support the illegal things he did. But I'm not going to conflate the illegal things he did with the legal stuff he did. I'm not going to conflate the two. Right? He may be a horrible person. But what does that have to do with the legal parties, the thousands of legal parties that were thrown by promoters, and how that helped to finance communities? How many club owners right now, and black club owners can say, I own a club because I started throwing Diddy parties? I know. So why is promoters making jokes about Diddy parties? As if y'all, like, some of y'all are enjoying this a little too much. I'm doing this in defense of hip hop and as a promoter. And it's an art, what we did for decades. And I'm one of the guys that fought to get us into these buildings. Y'all are used to walking into any building in here in hip hop. There was a time that didn't exist. Some people had to build that. And Diddy parties was one of those things that disarmed certain people so that we can access that world. I'm talking about brand parties that y'all are used to walking into. We didn't used to get those. The way you go to the Hamptons every day, or the way you go to the south of France to throw a party, or the way you go to Ibiza, we didn't used to get those. Those came from the Diddy parties. So as you see all these super celebrities and world leaders at these white Diddy parties, he was changing the face of hip hop. He was bringing hip hop. He was the ambassador through parties for hip hop. Some of y'all are enjoying this a little too much for my own taste. And y'all act like y'all don't have abusers in your family. You know what I'm saying? And y'all ain't related to abusers every day. All I'm saying to you is, whatever he did, he needs to see both God, a therapist, and the law. But I'm not going to attack.
Okay, so in answer to your question, why do I think the court was closed, is because they had to hide the case. First, they wanted the public to know about the case. They put all this information in the public, all in newspapers, all these hundreds of witnesses, all these people are coming, they said coming forth. When it came right down to it, they didn't have nothing but a small pool of people that we had proven had all set a plot up in South Beach, Florida, bounced up into Atlanta, into a house where he was at, and hanging out, and they plotted. They saw we had it. They knew they couldn't sustain the case. And what they didn't do, by the way, also the prosecution, as they call themselves, which is Maxwell Woods and Don Baskins, right? What they did is they called witnesses, but they called about 4 witnesses, right? We called all the rest of their so-called witnesses in the indictment. We put them on the stand. The so-called victims in the indictment, the prosecution never called them. We had to call the so-called victims and put them on the stand, and they had to say in front of the court, he never did nothing to me, I was never molested, and they still want to use those victims' names stand that had something to say that was violent, the judge would say, hold it, take the jury out the room, let me hear them privately. And they put Jake's sister up on the stand, and Jake's sister said, I was there, I went to his house, I saw Barbara and all them scheming and plotting this thing together, and I told him I don't want to be no part of it. Jake told me the government's got me on payroll, and if I would work with them, that I'd get I told them I'm not doing that to my father, so-and-so. They cursed me out and told me to get out. Right? They knew that every time I stepped in court, I pointed out my jurisdiction rights and how they had no rights over me. My inalienable rights were being blocked. I don't live by their laws or by their government. They knew that was coming. And so what they did is whatever lawyer they threw at me, and they were giving me lawyers that I didn't hire on, like the Garland firm, right, who's there, placed there, sole purposely to draw rich black money so that they can give them pleas and mess their careers up. Right? I didn't hire those people. I didn't sign any contracts with those people. I didn't make any verbal agreements with those people. My lawyer was Leroy Johnson, first black senator in Georgia. They pushed him out the way and they jumped on it so they can sabotage this case. The purpose of this case is to establish certain precedents in the state of Georgia. One is this is the first time the feds ever got involved in what they call a sex case. You follow? Yeah. Second, this is the first time Middle District Georgia got involved with a RICO case. So they were trying to set a precedence with this organization, as they call us the Nuwaubians, and avoid now the Yamasee Native American tribal name, so that they can keep it as a religious organization. And this is why the case was all in court based around religious and religious belief and who I say I am and who they believe I to be, so that they can eventually, after this case, set a precedence to go after all of the black ministers in Georgia, like Creflo and all the other prominent black ministers, so they can come after them. Somebody can come out the framework 10 years, 15 years, and say he did something to them, he felt them, or he did this thing, get 3 or 4 people to collaborate that was on salary by the government, by the way, because we found out the witnesses were on salary, receiving favorable concessions, which came out in the court. Right? I know I didn't answer your question yet, but I want to get this on point. Okay. Receiving favorable concessions, like Jake York was paid by them. We know that to be a fact. And he was sent out to scare other people, to tell other people, we got information on you, and if you don't say this, and we're going to take your kids away, we're going to lock you up, etc., etc., etc. Question, but now that that's on point, right? Why did they close the court? The judge had to close the court because they knew they didn't have the witnesses. They had boasted from day one that they had all these children that had been molested. And they said they're going to put them up there and they can't wait. Because I remember when I was in Atlanta, when Mr. Bright came on with his new indictment, the first thing he said in the newspaper, in Atlanta Constitution Journal, and in News Today, he said, I want to put every child up there because I want every part of this case heard. That was his whole new thing when he came up with all this new indictment. As time went on, they realized that as they called people and interviewed people, that most of the people that they had as victims were saying nothing never happened. Right. And that they isolated down to a handful of people who had corrupt records for instance money, and put it in this kind of money orders and break it down like this, and everything will go away. We got a bunch of letters from her son admitting to me that he's very sorry, that his mother and them put him up to do this for a lot, for money, and told him how now that they're out of the community they can't survive and they don't know how to do anything, and they need to go, and the community should be paying them, and so they just get money out of the community. So then it was easy for Jake to solicit them and get them in. Then the same thing with the sister was having mental problems all the time, so they tied her in it. So now they got a package of people that he didn't convince that this is how we're going to work this. They all lived in the house together. They rehearsed their stories, and they started soliciting other people who was what they call dissidents or disgruntled members who were put out for various reasons. Before this, they planned on having an open court, make a big scene out of it. The judge was smart, so what he said was, I'm going to move this down to a town called Brunswick. So it happened that Brunswick is the same town that the Yamasee Native American Moors had their conflict with the Confederates, and he happens to be, Judge Ashley Royal happens to be a descendant directly of those Confederates. This is no coincidence, right? And he took it down to Brunswick where he practiced law and lived for 20 years. This is no coincidence. He chose the jury himself. I sat there. Every time we would say somebody, he would say no, and then pick somebody else. He had already had these people picked. The people outside in the courtroom, because when you have a jury pick, you're sitting in a separate room. Outside in the courtroom, the people were gathered, over 200 people, waiting to be selected. As they were coming in, he would ask them, this is Ashley Royal, right? And we have the minutes of this here. Did you hear about the case? They would say yes. The whole purpose of pulling the jury is because they're not supposed to hear about the case, so they're not biased or prejudiced. They would say yes. Where did you hear about the case? I heard about the case from the Savannah newspaper. I heard about the case from the Brunswick newspaper. I heard about the case on the radio this morning. And did you hear about a guilty plea? Yes, I heard that the man pleaded guilty, so he must be guilty. He still put those people on the jury panel. After they came in and said they were discussing it outside, inside the court before they came in. And this, out of the 40 or 50 people that he did bring in, everyone said not one one person said they never heard nothing about the case, or never heard nothing about the Nuwapians, or never heard nothing about Malachi, New York, or what they called. Every single one of them admitted to having heard something about this case. He still put them on the jury panel, and then he shuffled the jury panel in a way where it looked like there was some blacks up there, which would make it somewhere near a jury of my peers, but by the time it came down, those were what they call the sit-ins, and they were pulled off. And the one black woman who was left up there is the one woman who said this case is a farce, and I know it's going to get overturned, and I don't want to be a part of it. So she resulted in a hung jury, but what he did is he made all the juries anonymous so nobody could find them. So he could pick them and get rid of them so nobody can trace this out. So he set it up like that. So they moved it down there, but he moved his excuse that he'd been monitoring the Nuwapians for years as a judge in the Middle District, right? And he said they've been getting unfavorable press.
Now I just want to go down the line and different people that have affected this case tremendously. Now, one of the named people in the conspiracy is your son, Jacob York. How does a father handle something like that?
Well, his real name is not Jacob York. His name is Yaqub Abdullah Muhammad. Right? His mother's name is Ubaida Abdullah Muhammad, and he has, siblings, brothers and sisters. Right? It's a very touchy situation because his mother died of an aneurysm attack. Right? Me and her have been separated for many, many, many years. You follow? And she died of an aneurysm attack, which her father also died from, and one of her brothers, Maddie, all died from Maddie Johnson. All right? He went off and told people that I was responsible for the death of his mother. This really affected the kid. It destroyed his mind. Then on top of that, one of his brothers, one of the twins, which is my son, Abdullahi, he was at a party in New York. He was down here with me, living in Georgia. He said he was going up to New York to spend a little time with his sister Fatima because of Valentine's Day. He wants to let her know that he is going to move down to stay with me in Georgia. You follow? And when he went to New York, he got involved with them, hanging around, living in his brother Jacob's house. He calls himself Jacob or Jake York, Yaqub, living in Yaqub's house with him. Yaqub eventually threw him out of his house. He got involved with another member of his family and ended up in a party and was, shot fatally and died. You follow? I think that also affected his mind. Then he was involved with people like Little Kim and them. I ain't gonna tell you about Little Kim and her dress habits and the vulgarity and the lewdness of and involved with that corporate. He called himself Yorktown Records or Yorkville or something like that. Yeah, Records. And he was hanging out with the Junior Mafia and hanging out with that whole hip hop hot crowd, tough guys, stuff like that. Called himself gangster, and he's involved with all kind of bank fraud and forging false checks and all kind of things and trying to trick the government. So he came to me at one point and asked me for some money, right? He wanted me to help back him to back Little Kim. I told him I cannot back a person like Little Kim with my reputation. I'm not going to put my reputation on the line. And while she's nude and stuff like that, I ain't got nothing against her and her career. That's her life. But it doesn't fit into our lifestyle as Yamasee Native American Moors, and I didn't want that to reflect on our community. He got very mad. He started cursing, stomping around, and he left and went off. Him and Sakina Parham at the time was kind of close because they used to be boyfriend and girlfriends when they were upstate. See, Jake York or Yaqub was Ada's boyfriend. He was also Sakina Parham's boyfriend, and they had gotten caught several times upstate having sex, right? And they got in trouble for that. And he was mad about that. He was running a record store that I once had up there in Liberty, New York, and they was caught stealing money out the store, and he got in trouble for that. I did everything I could to try to shape him into a better person, but down inside, he had this desire to go his own way. He became an avid hater of me, and he became one of the campaigners of this whole case, of launching this whole thing and getting these people together and threatening them and scaring them. He was on payroll, and he was on the payroll at the FBI. Now, a witness got on the witness stand who was his best friend who was there when the deal was made with FBI agents, and he was also the one who was going to testify that Jake came to him because they knew he was good at forging checks and tried to get him to forge checks for him so he could use those forged checks to buy a house because his credit was not strong. His credit was around $2,000. He needed to be $24,000 to get covered from the bank. And the guy refused to do it, which is a friend of his called Damien Pryor, who was up there at the court to testify about this. And in that testimony, he testified how Jake York was on the government payroll. They got to Jake York for things he had did in the past, right? And then turned him. He already had a dislike for me, and they used that as excuse to try to topple our organization and topple me. So he got to him and then told him to solicit people. And he went around getting people. Meanwhile, while he's soliciting people, like Tia Thomas, she was that guy Hakeem's girlfriend. And so he pulled her away from Hakeem, and he's having sex with her. He's having sex with Karima Hammer. You He's having sex with Keenan Parham. He's having sex with all these people, and they all testified to it on the stand. Yes, that Jake York was the one having sex with all of these people, and then they all lived in this house together. The thing is, now, if he had hired this guy that was supposed to adjust checks so the amount of money would be suitable so he can get this loan from the bank, and the guy refused to do it, but then he eventually got the house anyway, and we have the records to show his accounts that he only had $2,000 in the bank, and we checked the records in the bank for the person in the house, and the records were up, then the forgery was actually done. This guy, Damon Pryor, didn't do it, but he forged it, and he bought this house along with Barbara Noel, which is Ada Lopez and David Noel and Amanda Noel's children. Those are the ones who are the ones, you know, they're all in this case. You follow? So it's like a plot, a conspiracy. Then he got together with a bunch of these people and invited them down to South Beach, Florida, so he could get it together. They rented buses, they transported minors across the state line, but nobody said nothing. Coming out of Georgia all the way down to Florida, so they could, you know, get together and plan their plot, get their story together. When they came back off the beach, South Beach, Florida, they went straight into the FBI's agency. Jake went back up in there and started letting them know who he had and how he got them coerced and how these people were all scared, and he told them, if you don't do it, we're going to get you in jail because you was involved in this, and we already know this, and we already know that, and they got a whole bunch of stuff, and putting the thoughts into people's head. And they started writing, the agents wrote their own 302s and made these people try to memorize these 302s so they could use them on the stand. Things didn't go their way because everybody didn't comply. Jake couldn't convince everybody. A lot of people saw he was full of it. He brought down a bunch of hip-hop groups. They were down in South Beach. They was getting drunk. They were smoking marijuana. And we had a whole bunch of witnesses that were minors who were willing to testify on what went on in South Beach. The judge blocked it. The judge blocked some of the girls who were minors who said they had sex with him down there. The judge blocked it. The judge blocked the fact that they were smoking marijuana and using crack down there. The judge blocked it. The judge blocked it, the fact that they had parties where all the girls got naked and they was having big orgies and they videotaped it and we was getting access to the video. The judge blocked it. You know what I'm trying to say? Yes, so Jake was being used. I'm saying he's my son, he'll always be my son, right? And he said, I hope he's my son. I said like that, right? But he'll always be my son regardless. You know, I can't say I'll ever hate him. That would be inhuman, right? But I know they manipulated him and they used him because that's what they wanted to do to top his organization. He had no concern with his organization because he was in the hip-hop world, so he didn't have nothing to lose anyway. You follow? But they had him binded by things he did. Right. And then that prompted him to really go out and do a lot of devilishment. You know what I'm saying? In the course of trying to topple me.
Right. Now, there's another key person in the whole conspiracy that keeps on coming up, and that person's name is Habiba Abigail Washington.
Yes. There's no fair trial. And now, we wasn't allowed to present our evidence. We wasn't allowed to present our witnesses. They had no DNA to verify it. They had the children. Some of those girls were grown. There was no kids there. Some of those girls were grown, had venereal diseases that I do not have. They had no videotapes, any tapes with me on any tapes, any pictures with me on any pictures, any audio telephone conversations with me having any kind of, nothing like that. They showed a tape to everybody of me and a bunch of people coming out from Applebee's, and we're coming from Applebee's celebrating somebody's birthday, and everybody got food. They said, see, look at that. What you see? You see me walk out, and you see my wife walk out. You see a couple of people behind us, another adult, and the girl whose birthday we were celebrating. They all had the little doggy bags with them, and we got in the car, and it was a night shot, and that was the best. The man who sat on the stand, who said that he was a surveillance man, admitted on the stand, well, I have many, many tapes, but they only showed that one. Why would they only show that one? Because all the other tapes, he said, did you ever catch him doing anything? No. Did you ever surveil him on the land? No. He said, well, what did you do? He said, well, every time I surveilled him, he was somewhere outside. Where? Every time I went to Kanye's, before I went to the restaurant, I went into a Bible store. They didn't want him to show that. They didn't want him to show me going into the Bible store in Kanye's, Georgia, in the mall, and buying, Bibles to be passed out every Saturday at our classes on the Shabbat. That they didn't want, so he cut it down. But the tape they showed had nothing to do with sex, had nothing to do with racketeering or anything, just me walking up, so they can do that with anybody coming out of any restaurant, right? Let me go back. They had no physical evidence. They in no way tied me to anything. They didn't tie me to no stuffed doll. They didn't tie me into no videotapes. They didn't tie me to no pictures. They didn't tie me into no audio tapes. They didn't tie me into anything. They did not prove their case at all. They didn't even attempt to. What they did attempt to do is establish that I'm God, or I think I'm God, and approach it from a religious standpoint of view, which resulted in the jury being so confused that instead of them asking for some pertinent part of the evidence which wasn't there, they had to ask for something ridiculous as the Holy Tablets. What does the Holy Tablets, a religious book, have to do with a RICO case and a molestation case? Nothing whatsoever. So why are they asking for that? Obviously, because the prosecution was pushing a religious thing because their attempts and their plan is to use this case as a precedent to go after all the black churches up in Georgia, throughout Georgia, because there's a lot of black ministers now, and they're very large congregations, and they're very powerful, and that means they control many votes. So the whole thing is a plot that was put together. Jake and them was a part of the conspiracy. They had to figure a way to get this thing to make it look legit. That's why they got Jake York, who had his own charges, put him on salary, threatened him up, told him they'll give him immunity from all the stuff he did, and we got a whole list of things that he's involved in illegally. It's up on the internet if you want to go there. So, no, it wasn't a fair trial. The judge himself, actually was, planned it. He ignored my request for continuance, which I needed because I was trying to get rid of these lawyers that they pinned on me, which I said was never mind, these Caucasian lawyers, and I got this black lawyer, Adrian Patras, and I sat right there in front of that judge, and I said, my constitutional rights, according to your beliefs, tells me I have a right to get a continuance because this lawyer, after age is 20, you sent me to New York for reevaluation, right? When I came back from New York, after 90 days of the reevaluation, the psychiatrist said I was sane, he said I was a black Indian, he confirmed everything in his statement. They tried to take that out, but we have it on record, right? When I came back, now, I go before you, I said, okay, now I'm ready. I wasn't planning on fighting no trial with no Garland or law firm, because I found out that they were working with Putnam County, and they were working with the government, so I was not trusting them. And they gave me an Indian guy called Manny, but I found out that this Indian guy called Manny had a Caucasian wife, and that he himself works for the government as a military lawyer. So I knew I was in the wrong hands. So I said, no, whoever put these people together, I don't need them. So I got a black lawyer. And when I got the black lawyer, I told the judge that we need a continuance so I could work on the case. Because after all, y'all bounced me to like 10 different prisons, so I couldn't be stable, so I couldn't get my case together. I couldn't find me. Every time I get settled in one place, he'd fly me somewhere else. He cut me off from the telephone. He cut me off from pens and pencils at certain times. He cut off my mail at other times. He cut off my visits. So I couldn't really work on my case. So I have a box of stuff that Garland would bring in, and I'd never see Garland himself, but he would drive these boxes left off of my case, and then they'd move me, and they'd leave the boxes behind. And then that stuff would get lost. And I'd end up in another place where you can't get that stuff. And it went on like that there. So when I finally got before Judge Wells in Macon Middle District down the private meeting, because he didn't want to have this open, but there's still minutes on it, transcripts, I said to him, I need time to work with this lawyer on my case. Because after 2 years, the prosecution had 2 years and 2 months to work on the case, investigate, to find people, to track down witnesses and victims and all that there, and they came up with naught. They came up with no evidence. They came up with nothing concrete whatsoever, and nothing that tied me to. What they did is use a law called hearsay. There's nothing no one said I said. It's what other people said. There's no statements of me. There's no tapes of me. There's no videotapes of me. There's nothing. They could have put anybody in that courtroom and had people get up there and do exactly what they did and found that person guilty. You follow what I'm saying? The way it was set up, it didn't matter who it was because it never tied anything to me. You follow? They show my bank statements, but then I bring my accountant down from New York for 30 years. I've been working with him for 30 years, and he plainly says, well, this man has never been audited in 30 years. In fact, he's overpaid his tax. I can't even see how you can get a RICO for $10,000. This man deposits millions of dollars in the bank over a period of time. So where that came from, so what they did is the prosecution, Master Wood, lied and said, well, so if he was living under another name, Dwight D. York, a bogus name, right? A name that doesn't exist, that I never lived under, right, which is called a misnomer, which they have on all the documents. But if he was living under that name and he didn't tell you that he was doing another kind of business, would you know? Which is a stupid question, because the answer to the question has to be no. But he never said to the man after that, well, in fact, he doesn't work under any other name. He doesn't live under that name, Dwight D. York. He never did anything. There's no documents. They never put one thing on the screen in the court to show anything where I signed my name as Dwight D. York, or any bank statements, or any accounts, or any private accounts, or any private investments under that name. They just use a trap to trick the jury. Well, the jury's already working with the judge anyway, but to make it look like they're tricking the jury into thinking, well, maybe this man was doing something behind his accountant's back. Right. This would support their attempt to get a RICO where it made no sense. Excuse me for running on, but I talk fast.
Okay. That brought up another question. There are rumors that the officials in Edenton know of a person named Dwight York, and they were saying there was a distinction between Dwight York and Malachi York.
Oh, yeah, it's very clear. See, they had meetings. They had so many meetings that was going before the Board of Commissioners, right? And Mary Ann Tanner got a document. We have the document where she's talking to a person named Dwight York, and she separates Dwight York, the son, who's in his 30s, from Malachi York, the father, who's in his 50s. It's in black and white. She says, oh, I know the difference. I met the son, but I never met the father. So everybody in Putnam County knew all the time that they was using a bogus name. But in order for them to tie and say to the public that I was a previous convicted felon, which I wasn't, they had to use another name. Because they used my name, there were people who went into computers, because they know we have police officers and we have FBI agents that are part of our organization. They would have pulled up on the computer and found that I never was a convicted felon. And all those charges they threw out in the beginning again in this case in the newspaper and let me look like a monster would have dissipated immediately and I would have been eligible for bond. So in order to do that, they had to use a misnomer, create a fictitious character, and then feed the public with he's a convicted felon, he's an ex-rapist, all these things that they later on had to come back and admit was not true privately, but would not admit, they have not come back onto the media and proved it to them and admitted to them yet. So they knew all the time in Putnam County that Dwight was my son. Okay. And not me. They knew that all the time. They knew the age. They knew when he used to come here because he was living down here in Georgia before I got down here. And he used to go to all the board meetings and talk to all those people. Jerome Dean Adams was there. That's before Seals even got in town. That's when they had Sheriff Russo here. And Jerome Dean Adams and Marion Tandem came on the board. They keep on being, but they encountered my son. And they knew who he was. And they know I'm not him. And they know he's not me. They just deceiving the public. That's part of what they're doing to try to get this case so they can try to take those people's land out there and try to take our women and stop us from propagating our teachings. Right.
Today's date is March 8th, 2004. This is an exclusive interview with my crew, Chief Black Thunderbird Eagle. How are you doing this morning?
Okay, for a man who's in the belly of the beast on the House of Patmos, I'm doing all right.
Okay. Well, I have some questions I think that the public would like to be cleared up. May I?
Yes.
Okay.
How about everybody first? Go ahead.
Is it true that you did not move to Georgia with any of the alleged victims?
It's a known fact. In fact, the parents of the victims, they did have on the stand, all admitted, one after the next, that they moved down here. So some mother right there told them that she came down with us, and we didn't come to no land. We went over to Macon, Georgia. They lived in Macon. Other people lived in Savannah, Georgia, and different places. I was not the first down here. I didn't bring any children down here. In my vehicle, when I came, there was no children in my vehicle at all, whatsoever, all adults, and we have all that logged on record and verified. The courts tried to ignore that.
Okay. Now, is it also true that when you got to Georgia, people had already began to move to the land and were already in Georgia?
Yes, there was people already living on the land months before I came down to the land.
Okay.
Right? The families were already, some was already settled here, some brothers here preparing the land and all of that. When I came down, in fact, was abrupt. Right? We came down here purposely because the Eagle Rock Mound, or Rock Eagle Mound, is right down the road from us. That's why we came here, as humanity Native American was coming back to our own land as indigenous people. But the other family was already down here, not only in Putnam County, but on that land and throughout the Sparta, Macon, and different places, already living there before I even got here.
Okay. Now, the land itself was originally purchased as a pure trust, or can you explain?
Not purchased as a pure trust. A pure trust is a common law term.
Okay.
Right, where you turn the property over to a company, to a pure trust. Okay. Georgia is under common law. Seals and them will keep getting a newspaper and play games with people in Georgia and say they're using this old common law thing. Look it up and you'll find out Georgia is under common law. Georgia state don't even have a forfeiture law at all. So the feds had to be created to get a forfeiture on those people's land, and they know we had a pure trust. When we went to Jones County Court before Hugh Winfield, and the pure trust was put before him and questioned, he said, I'm not touching that, and we got the minutes to back that up. I'm not going nowhere near that, and he left it alone. And so we left it as that was it. I moved away, I moved to Clark County, forgot about the land, had no interest in the land, and was not even visiting the land. That was another lie. I didn't visit the land for over 2 years. I wasn't there. So what happened is, they forced me to come over because they said, we need you to do a quick claim deed because the judge and them won't release this, they won't recognize our pure trust, even though they knew all the time the pure trust was legal in the state of Georgia as common law. But they said they wouldn't use another tactic to force our back against the walls. I said, okay, I'll sign a quick claim deed, whatever it is, just get it out of my hair. So I signed a quick claim deed over to a bunch of owners, and then they established in court in the final meeting that I had no interest in the court, and this was Judge Pryor, right, and Lawson, as an attorney for the state, of the county, I think it was at the time, paid a fee of $16, established that Malachi Z. York or Chief Black Thunderbird or Esau, whatever you want to call me, has no interest in the 404 Shadydale Road property. None of the 476 acres will have any interest in. It's not mine. It's other people's. They're just justifying trying to steal it.
Okay. Now, with that being said, the property, you said you moved down to Georgia because it was Native American, your Native American roots were here in Georgia. Was it also true that the land in upstate New York that's mentioned in the indictments, that was also Native American land?
That's right. We had a reservation set up there, signs, pictures of it. Different tribes used to come up there. We used to have powwows up there. It was in Liberty, New York, and that's where we used to gather. We was dressing in Native American clothes. We had Native American music. We lived our culture up there before we came down here. It's not something we acquired when we got here. It's not no newfound idea. I was a Native American all my life. Regardless of what religion I got involved in, or what fraternity I got involved in, or what culture I studied, be it the Masonics or the Egyptians or the Christians or the Muslims, I was still by birthright and by gene and genealogy, a Native American, Yamasee Native American of the Creek Nation in the state of Georgia. From Georgia, we traced our family tracking the railroad tracks all the way up to Massachusetts, from Massachusetts Indians to the Pico Indians, all the way back down to the Cherokee, all the way back down to the Creek Confederates, and then even over to Florida, where we found Chief John Horse, whose name was Juba, which was Ben York, my great-grandfather's brother, and he was down amongst the Seminoles in St. Augustine, where they recently found bones.
Okay.
And trace him out also, John Horse, they call him.
Okay. And is it also true that because in the trial they're trying to say that these certain alleged victims were traveling in interstate commerce? Is it true that the alleged victims moved with their own mothers and fathers to Georgia and on their own?
Each one of them. When Abigail was up there, her father got on the stand. He confirmed that she moved with him. Tatiana Thomas, right, called her Tia, her mother was on the stand, and she confirmed that she moved down with her. None of the victims moved with me. None of the victims was in my vehicle. Their parents are the ones who transported them down there, and they didn't transport them from up on the mountain directly to that land. No, they moved from different places. Some of them wasn't living up on the mountain. They came from different parts of up there in the north, whether it was Philadelphia or New York, and came to different parts of Georgia, and then later they moved on the land. They got permission from whoever and moved on the land. I think at the time, was the people in charge of the land. Granted them that right, not me. It had nothing to do with me.
Okay. Now, is it true that there were no allegations or reports or charges of anything dealing with sexual abuse in New York or upstate?
Right, our organization existed since 1967. Got incorporated as Nubian Islamic Hebrews Ansar Allah community around 1973.
Okay.
Now, from 67 to 73, we had a community set up. There was none. From 73 all the way up to 1988. From 1973 to 1988, there's never been any type of claim of anything to do with molestation or child abuse or sex scandals, nor anything dealing with bank fraud or any type of all the stuff they call RICO or money exchanges. None of these things existed from 1967 all the way up to 1988. They started fabricating their charges from 1988, and it's not backed up by any of the truth. So you have absolutely no allegations of anything. Any children, don't forget now, you're talking about 4 people, 4 children, and about 4 adults that are making a statement after thousands of members. There's thousands of members that passed through our organization from 1967 all the way up, and all of them have children, and all of their children are the same ages, and they have sons and daughters, and if you ask them, these are the ones trying to get on the stand to say, which the judge would let them, this is not true. I know these kids. I know the kids are making the claims, and I know him. We've been knowing him Baba. They make a big deal about the word Baba. Baba is a very common word. Baba means father, whether it's Ava, Baba, or Abu in different languages. We are fortunate to speak different languages other than English, because we taught them different languages so they'd understand different things in culture. But they would use words and cliches and things to make this, to hype it up. But it doesn't work if people just use common sense and say, the organization started in 1967, and they have no complaints of any type of child molestation through the man's whole beautiful part of my life, the whole time, from the time I'm like 20-something all the way up to 50-something, there's nothing. And then I wait till I'm 50-something years old, I'm going into the old age, and then I start playing games and pretending, and they're keeping records of me having sex up to something like 5 and 6 times per day at my age. Impossible. None of that stuff existed. They created that stuff. It's all a plot to take the land and to stop this organization and to prevent our tribe from getting its sovereignty. We are Yamasee Native American Moors. I declared my sovereignty. I stood up for my indigenous rights on June 30th. And here comes old noise getting ready to come back in now. Okay?
Okay.
And I did my best to make it clear to the world I do not fall under their laws. They came to our land. They invaded our land. They brought their stuff to our land. You follow? This is our land.
Okay. Now, dealing with New York, and that's where the basis of the Massachusetts Indian and some of the Native American roots that you mentioned before. Yes. Now, they're saying that there was no financial crimes alleged in New York or anything of that nature.
Right.
Now, one thing that's always been put in the public is that Mr. York or Mr. Dwight York is a felon.
Right.
Is it true?
Absolutely not. I am not a convicted felon, and they know that for a fact. Otherwise, they would have tried to tag gun charges on me. Because that's what they love to do, tag gun charges. They found a bunch of guns, and I had legal guns in my house, and I'm not a felon, so that's why there's no gun charges, excuse me, anywhere in this case. Because what they're trying to tie to me is stuff that took place 35 years ago when I was a kid. And it was done under youthful offendant offended does not register in as a federal charge.
Right.
So that was all part of a plot also to stir the public. He's a convicted felon. He had rape. They call rape was statutory rape when I was a kid. And I had a girlfriend. She was younger than me, and we got involved and we had a child. It wasn't a thing where I raped anybody and walked away. It was statutory rape. And it was my girlfriend, and we lived and we didn't break up. We had the child, and we raised the child, and everything. You follow?
Yeah. So that's just another ploy.
Another ploy to win people over to make me look like a bad guy. Just like the 100-wife story. He has 100 wives, plus he's having sex with 100 children. Hello, who is he? Superman or something?
Right.
These things are impossible. That people just use their logic. They say the things they're saying don't make sense. They don't even add up to make physical sense. They're impossibilities.
Right. Now, another issue that keeps being brought up, and I know we've discussed it before, but that's the name of Dwight York.
Right.
Where did this Dwight York name come from?
The name Dwight goes back in the family now. They're relatives. Right? On my grandmother's side. We have our whole family tree up on the internet and they can see it. Okay? Now, I didn't have a first name. They get my birth certificate, the one issued to me here in Boston, Massachusetts, you see there's no first name. It's just male. Every other person who belongs to the family of Mary and David have first names. All right? But in my birth certificate, of course, there was no first name. So now, they took a name that my grandmother used to call me short. She used to call me Dookie and different nicknames, right? And that's the name I named my son, Dwight, right? And they took that and got him and his life mixed off with mine and started making these statements that I had, that my name is Dwight Lee York. This is illegal. Because all of the documents they file have the wrong name on it and it's the wrong person. And even in the statements they made in Putnam County where Mary Ann Tanner mentioned the age matches the newspaper articles where the newspaper article, the Macon Telegraph made a mistake and used Dwight York and said age 36 or 34, which was my son's age.
Right.
So they knew they had the wrong person all the time. So there's a misnomer in the process.
Right.
To get them to suing them for using the wrong name. You cannot try a person with the wrong name.
Right.
When you can correct the name. And I'm walking around the state with the correct name, Malachi Z. York, and the feds are still pushing the wrong name. This is illegal. Because they got to keep these people from being able to go back and check these names. Because if they pull these names up, smart people like our organization will go in the computer and try to find out. Does he have a felon? Was he this? Was he that? And they'll find it's not true. So they got to try to keep a bogus name in front of the public so the public won't be able to look up the real name. And
right.
The stories are not true.
Right. Now, dealing with the tribal and the organization, or not just the organization, but the tribe with other organizations within it, moving from New York to Georgia, what would cause so many people to move? What is it that would make people want to move to Georgia? I know there's been mentions of you moving to Georgia because of safety for your life. Things of that nature.
But that wasn't the reason why. That's what prompted me to move abruptly.
Right.
I moved for safety. I moved down there so I could be back near my ancestors.
Right.
Native Americans. But because there was a threat on my life, that made me speed up and move, abruptly. But many people came down because we're a tribe of Indians.
Okay.
And tribes move from place to place. They're admitting that there's another chief from our tribe called Latif on one hand. They're admitting that there's another chief. There's 4 or 5 different chiefs. They have the Shinnecock with us, the Cherokee with us. We have the Navajo with us. We have the Washita with us. These are different tribes, right? All belonging to, all Native Americans. You follow me? So when people heard that I, as the chief of one of the groups, your Mountain Native American Boys moved, some people started moving there, but other people had already moved down here to be close to their ancestors before me and had their own chiefs that they were under their chief. I'm not the chief of all the Watkins. I'm not the chief of all the Indians in the world. I'm not their sole leader. I'm not in control of everybody's minds or everybody's thoughts or everybody's finances or who sleeps with who or when they sleep with them. All that is bogus jargon that SEALs and them came up with to establish a monster case.
Right. Okay. Now I know.
Like the great Dr. Malachi York was, cause I talk like Dr. Malachi York. Then there was Dr. Malachi Z. York, consulted by the son of Malachi York, Doggy.
And it was evident that they didn't have a case unless they were to get this RICO, which they've never done in the state of Georgia before.
Right.
What are some of the reasons why you feel they went for a RICO charge and things of that nature?
Well, first of all, I brought my accountant in, the Duke firm from New York.
Okay.
Who I've been doing business for over 30 years, from the father to the son. I've never been audited. I've never had any problems with the IRS ever in my whole career. I've deposited millions and millions of dollars legally. I filed my tax. In fact, I've gotten money back. This is the first thing that they claimed, which is a part of this setup. Right? Why they did this is because they saw the sex case by going to the see all the evidence. They go from beginning to end. They can see all the evidence. They went up there and saw that they were not going to win a sex case. And the only way that they can go for this man's money and go for the community over there and putting them is to create something called a RICO. So RICO is this new law that they created for Gotti, and they're using it in the system now to destroy. They didn't find money under my bed, first of all, because I have one of those mechanical beds and you can't go up under it. First of all, nothing to do with Putnam County. I didn't live in Putnam County. I have no interest in the property in Putnam County, and I don't own it by far. It's owned by different people's property. I said, I don't want nothing to do with the property. I haven't been around there for 2 years. I just coming back around this 2002 for the Savior's Day, and I was helping them shop, and that's when they arrested me in Baldwin County. Because other than that, they check the records, they'll find I hadn't even been there for 2 years. I hadn't even visited the land. If I was that's all part of a hoax, of a lie. It's a scandal. They got to pull down us. I have 407 books. My books are profound and thorough and factual, and they know it, and they see how fast organizations is growing worldwide. They're intimidated by me. They're intimidated by my intelligence, and intimidated by the growth of this organization. They tried to declare me Jesus. I never claimed to be Jesus. They tried to declare me God. I never claimed to be the God. I say all of us are children of the Most High God. Right? Whether you want to call him God, or you want to call him Elohim, or you want to call him Allah, any name that makes you feel happy. But the bottom line is, I don't claim to be Jesus Christ, and I never did. And it's written in my books, I don't claim to be any of the things that they had to use to make it a religious thing, so they can so they can eventually use this against other people. So they try to pull us down, try to destroy those people's land, that beautiful Egyptian village out there. People need to go out there and visit that Egyptian village and see why them white folks out there are so upset and want to tear it down. That's a small minority of racist people in a small town of Putnam County, and they see that this was all done independently of them, and it's sustaining itself. Then we moved to Athens. We started again over there to start another thing when I broke away from them, and they came out there and attacked us there also.
Okay. Well, the next question I would like to ask you when you call back is regarding the RICO and the money structuring charges, because it seems like that's a charge that doesn't really make sense of how it made it into this trial, and maybe you could enlighten the people on the reasons why it was. Okay?
I'm going to go back.
All right. Today is March 14th. It's another interview with Chief Black Thunderbird Eagle. How are you doing today?
Whatever bad. I'm doing well.
Good. I'm asking some interview questions today regarding some information dealing with the pledges and things of that nature.
Yes.
What is it? What are the pledges, and how can people out there better assist you in this time period dealing with your financially?
There's no pledges that I'm behind. Right? There's only those people who want to send their stuff to the Emancipate Native American Moors of the Creek Nation, right? BIA number 208-1999, and they send it in care of Malachi. But if they'll make the money on it, make it in Malachi, York. Don't put the Z or L, just make it Malachi, York. And that's what that's our fundraising. Everybody else, a lot of people meant well. They had a lot of programs. They got a lot of, but they're not to send their money to those people. They're not to buy their tapes. If it's not coming out of my office or my people, don't buy their tapes. Don't participate in no pledges or any other type of thing that's going on out there, because it's not coming from me.
Okay.
Like the great Dr. Malachi York was, cause I talk like Dr. Malachi York. Then there was Dr. Malachi Z. York, consulted by the son of Malachi York, doggy.
And it's on. So right now I'm on my way to Brooklyn to the studio. You know what I mean, get some more songs done. Hop on this motherfucking highway and byway and be the fuck up out of here, you heard? Gotta stop and get gas. Gotta stop and get gas. Almost forgot. Pull up in this gas station real quick. Get that cute ass. You know what I mean? Think Kiki took my goddamn money out of my pocket because I ain't got no cash. I'm about to call her and see what the fuck is going on. Yo, you didn't take no money out of my pocket, right?
No.
Oh, okay.
Why?
No, I thought I had $20.
You spent the yesterday, remember at McDonald's? And then you bought a magazine?
Oh, okay, fuck it.
Where you at?
On my way to Brooklyn.
Heading out for that?
Huh?
Heading out for that?
Now I gotta call back. He was busy.
Don't forget, please.
Yeah. Hey, yo, your fucking charger's in the camera bag. Why you trying to say I lost it?
Oh, that's my bad. I'll put it there. I must have put it there. Sorry. I apologize.
Alright.
Later.
Alright, later. So I guess she didn't take the money. I apologize too, baby. Sometimes she be doing that though, man. I be like, damn, where the fuck my money go? She be taking my motherfucking little money, you know what I'm saying? It's all good, that's my wife. What's mine's is hers is mine, what's mine's is hers. You heard? Everything, we share everything. We got 3 kids. It's over, I'm married. It's over. I ain't having no more kids. And it's over, I'm married, goddammit. Alright, we out. $20, almost filled up the whole tank. I'm in the Porsche as usual. I mean 911 Turbo. It's fucking raining out this bitch. I know you can hear that turbo engine roaring. Hold up, just in case you don't. Don't make me throw it in 6th gear. You know, 6th gear go up to 200 miles an hour. Don't make me throw it in 6th gear. Now, you can't do that shit in the rain, of course, though. This shit a fishtail like a motherfucker. Porsche, they're not good in the rain. Neither is Lexus, Porsche, Ferrari, all that fly shit ain't good in the rain. I crashed my GS in Laurelton in the rain, turning a little bullshit ass corner on Brookside. You know that corner on Brookside? You turn going towards the diner, USA diner. Crashed the shit out of my Lexus, man. My hammer got stuck in the engine and everything, man. I had to tell the dude, I was like, yo, man, no disrespect to your business. My gun is stuck in the engine. Nigga looked at me, he was like, alright, he helped me get it out and shit. We had to pry the fucking engine open and pull the hammer out. It was kind of crazy, man. But he was a good dude, and he seen I wasn't being disrespectful. I just wanted to get my gun out the engine. And he looked out for me and did it. You know what I mean? It's all good, man. Alright, good looking. I appreciate it, yo. Alright, go on. Yeah, I gotta stop saying girl. She my wife now. I start addressing her as wife. Not wifey. Wife. It's official. You heard? Hey, yo, me and Twin is the only niggas in our crew that's married. Me and Twin Gambino is the only niggas out of Mobb Deep that's married. Are we the only stupid ones, or are we the only smart ones? I don't know, I'll let you decide. But I know we the only ones that's married, though. I gotta lift my seat up a little bit. I was trying to lift it down so you can see the fucking top of my head. Man, I can't drive comfortable like this, man. I gotta see what the fuck is going on in this little ass car. Goddamn car. Let me put the seat back, maybe that'll work. There you go. You know what I'm saying? Word, but Twin was ahead of me. Twin got married. So he was definitely ahead of the game with the marriage. Havoc is next. Hey, yo, Hav, yo, H. You next, homie. You know you next. It's either gonna be Hav. I'm gonna tell you right now who's next. It's either gonna be Hav or it's gonna be Alchemist. Mark my words. I think Hav might be before Hav. You know what I'm saying? I think Hav was just waiting to see what I was gonna do. You know what I'm saying? Before he made his move. But the nigga Hav is the ultimate bachelor, man. I know he don't want to get that lifestyle up, but we older now, man. It's time to settle in, man. Time to settle down. You know what I'm saying? So about that time, son. I mean, we grown men now, man. We done traveled the world since we was 14, 15 years old. We groupied out, man. I had enough, man. I done seen all kinds of bitches from all over every corner of the map. That's why I married my wife. Because I know there's nobody out there better than her. I done seen everything. I done been everywhere. And I ain't meet nobody better than wifey yet. So that's why we got married, basically. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, like I said, have you next, buddy. You know it. You know it. You know you're next. I gotta stop at this ATM real fast. Get some bread, man. Pay this toll. Cause I ain't got my easy pass, man. Fucking police confiscated my bulletproof truck. And that was my easy pass car. Fucking bastards. I ain't got no cash on me. My fucking card is still acting up from last week when I was out here. I gotta fix this goddamn card, man. So, what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to go through the easy pass lane without paying. And they just got to send me a fine in the mail. Fuck it. I'll pay the little $34 fine. You understand what I'm saying? I'll pay that. Fuck it. Let's just hope ain't no police at the easy pass lane right now. And everything will be A-okay. Everything will be A-okay. Hopefully, everything will be A-okay. Hey, everything was A-okay. I just went through the pass. So yeah, they'll be sending me a bill. Fuck it. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do in New York. You know what I'm saying? Make it happen. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do wherever the fuck you at. You know what I'm saying? My mind has been thinking so clearly about what I need to be doing with my music. Like, I'm ever so focused right now on what I need to be in it, on the direction that I need to be going with my music. And basically, what I'm doing is I need to just put more of the information that I know into my music, because I've been holding back a lot. And the reason I've been holding back a lot is just simply because I don't want to turn off a lot of my fans, man. My fans on the street, my fans in the hood. And I gotta have the right approach with the shit that I'm trying to say. You know what I'm saying? I don't want niggas to look at me like I got love for KRS, Mos Def, all the conscious rappers, but I don't want niggas looking at me like that, man. You know what I'm saying? Because niggas in the hood really don't respect these niggas. You know what I'm saying? They dig what they doing and shit. Like, niggas look up to Mos Def, man, as far as what he doing with his career and his movies and his music. But as far as on some hood shit, niggas ain't respecting these dudes, you know what I'm saying? Like, niggas got respect for KRS-One and all that, but to tell you the truth, man, niggas ain't buying that shit no more, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, truthfully, you go to any hood and ask them when's the last KRS-One album they bought. Ask them when's the last Mos Def album they bought. You know what I mean? Any of these conscious rappers, Common, Talib Kweli, anybody that you would consider a conscious rapper or whatever. And conscious means that you're conscious of what's going on in this world. You're fully aware and awake to what's going on in this world. That's what conscious rap means. You know what I mean? So if you got conscious rap, that means you got unconscious rap. That means you got motherfuckers that's unconscious rapping. That means they sleeping. They still under a spell of Leviathan. They still under the spell of Kingu. You know what I'm saying? So they unconscious. So basically, I'm a conscious rapper because I'm wide the fuck awake. You know what I'm saying? I know exactly what the fuck is going on. And I've been like that since 96. The first time you ever heard me say Illuminati on my mind, soul, and my body, you knew P was on some other shit. You know what I'm saying? I've been on some other shit. But I ain't want to go too far with it because I ain't want to turn off my fan base, man. My fan base is the hood. I got the front line. I got the projects across America and across the globe. There's hoods in London. There's hoods in Germany. There's hoods everywhere that respect and love what I do and what Mobb Deep do. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't want to turn off those fans, man. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of those fans are unconscious. They sleep still. They don't know what's going on. A lot of them are conscious. So I had to mix the medicine with the food. That's what me and Have always say. You gotta mix the medicine with the food. So they eating the food and they don't even know they getting some medicine in there. And that's what I've been doing. Like the I Shot Your song with LL, Keith Murray, and Foxy Brown, Fat Joe, and everybody that I did. That's what I said. That's the first time I said Illuminati with my mind, soul, and my body. You know what I'm saying? That was mixing medicine with the food. Because if you listen to the rest of that rap, I ain't speak any further on it. You know what I'm saying? All I said was Illuminati with my mind, soul, and my body. And basically, I just kept it moving. I just threw that in there. I mixed the medicine with the food. So now that I took this case and I took this plea bargain and all, I got to do these 3.5 years, it's just making me so focused on what I need to be doing with my music and my life and my career. I'm at the point now where I'm saying, I'm tired of mixing the medicine with the food. I'm tired of playing that game. Now I'm shoving straight medicine down your fucking throat, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Straight doses of medicine is getting shoved down your throat. I don't give a fuck if it turns you off or not. Because if it do turn you off, then you're just stupid, ignorant motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? If you turned off for somebody telling you some real shit. And if it's coming from P, that's how you know it's some real shit, nigga. Like, I ain't on no bullshit. Ain't never once did I put out a song or say something out my mouth that was some bullshit. You can't name one time. You can't name one moment in time where I put out some bullshit. I always got something deep to say. Every time around. On the Blood Money album, America's Nightmare, Free Agents, take it back as far as you want to go, take it ahead as far as you want to go. I don't give a fuck. Basically, P always dropping some shit. So if you're not feeling what P saying, then nigga, you just an ignorant motherfucker. Straight up and down. That's how I'm looking at it now. You know what I'm saying? If you can't feel me, then you not feeling me. Right now it's time to pick a side, nigga. It's about to be 2008. It's time to choose a side. You either positive or you negative. You either evil or you good. You understand what I'm saying? Choose a side, nigga. I know what side I'm on. I'm a positive motherfucker. I deal with nothing but positive energy and good motherfuckers, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm not evil. I'm not negative. Straight like that. You know what I'm saying? You might hear some negativity in my songs, but that's because I know how to balance my negativity and my positivity, because negative is a natural force of the universe, and evil is a natural force in the universe also. It's like the yin and the yang. You gotta learn how to balance both of them. You understand what I'm saying? You gotta learn how to have that balance. You know what I'm saying? But the positive always gotta overcome the negative. You know what I'm saying? But you still gotta have that balance and have that little bit of negativity in you, because sometimes they call for that. It's called self-defense. You understand what I'm saying? If you don't got no negativity in you, then you can't defend yourself properly. You understand what I'm saying? Because, alright, for example, right? Say I'm in the crib with my wife and my kids. We in there chilling, watching TV, just doing, living a positive lifestyle, you know what I mean? Taking care of the family, doing the family thing. That's positive, that's good. You know what I'm saying? And let's say one of these hating ass motherfuckers out here, you know what I mean? Maybe a disgruntled employee, as Havoc would say. Let's say a disgruntled employee that we fired, or somebody that we cut off, we cut their lifeline off from Mobb Deep. Let's say they sitting around plotting, and they say, hey, you know what? Fuck Prodigy. Let's go run up in his house and tie him up and rob his crib, tie his family up. Well, hey, I look at it like this, man. Maybe like 6 years ago, I told my wife, I said, yo, listen, baby, we need to buy a shotgun for our house, and we need to register it with the state. You understand what I'm saying? So it's legal. It's not like this illegal shit niggas be doing, getting caught with mad guns. Like for my case, for example, I got caught with an illegal gun. I ain't talk about shit like that. Your constitutional right in America is you have the right to bear arms. You understand what I'm saying? Anybody that owns a house has a right to own a shotgun or a rifle. That's your constitutional right. I don't care if you have a criminal record. I don't care if you're a rapist, murderer. It doesn't matter. Your constitutional right as an American citizen is you can own a shotgun or a rifle in your house as long as it's registered with the state and registered with the feds. You understand what I'm saying? So me and my wife, we went and bought a shotgun. You know what I mean? And the guys at the gun store, they said, yo man, look, if you got kids in the house, you need to teach your kids how to shoot the shotgun. You know why? Because if you don't teach them how to shoot the shotgun, and their curiosity gets to them, they'll fuck around and get the gun just being curious and end up shooting themselves by mistake, or shooting somebody else by mistake, just being curious and wanting to see, oh, what's this gun do? You know what I'm saying? What is this gun? They play video games all day with guns and all that shit. They play with cap guns and water guns. So they might bump into the gun in the house and make a mistake and shoot themselves or shoot somebody else. Or let's just say the gun just goes off and don't shoot nobody. The bottom line is, the guy at the gun store said, hey yo man, you buying this gun, okay. Do you have kids in your house? I said, yeah. He said, yo, all right, if you got kids in the house, you need to teach them how to shoot this shotgun. The reason being, so they can learn the power of the gun. You understand what I'm saying? Once they learn that power of what that gun had, and see what that gun can do, and hear it, and feel it, and see it, I guarantee you, they'll never play with that gun. They will never, ever, ever touch that gun or play with it. You know why? Because they're no longer curious. Now they know exactly what kind of force that gun has, exactly what kind of power that gun has, and exactly the damage that that gun can do. So, if your kids are smart, like my kids, they won't ever touch the gun or try to play with it or be curious about it after you teach them how to shoot it. So back to what I was saying, the guy at the gun store was like, yo man, you got kids? If you got kids, bring them in here, because it was a firing range downstairs in the gun store. He was like, yo, bring them in here and give them some gun lessons. Teach them how to shoot at the target. This way they won't be curious about their gun and they'll never play with it in the house if they ever so happen to bump into it. You know what I'm saying? And that was smart. So we bought the shotgun, you know what I'm saying? And I brought my kids to the gun range and I taught them how to shoot. My daughter was too young, you know what I'm saying? So when she heard the shots, she was scared to shoot it. You know what I'm saying? So right away, my daughter knows not to play with that gun because she's already scared of the sound of it. Alright? From being around the shooting range and seeing the power that gun has. You know what I'm saying? So my son, when he turned 7, I said, yo, what you want for your birthday, yo? He said, yo, take me to the gun range and teach me how to shoot the gun. I was like, wow, that's ill, because the dude at the gun range told me to do that anyway. So for his 7th birthday, I took him to the gun range and I told him how to shoot the shotty. I taught him how to shoot the shotty, you know what I mean? His first shot was a headshot, off top. Bam! Caught a headshot. Little 7-year-old shooting a shotgun. I had to actually hold his back. When he shoot the shotgun, he was going back a little bit, so I had to hold him so he wouldn't fall back when he shoot the shotgun. His first shot was a headshot though. I said, yo, how the fuck you learn how to do that? Nigga said playing Grand Theft Auto. I was like, get the fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? Back to what I was saying, man. If a disgruntled employee or something tries to break in my house or on some revenge shit or some disgruntled shit, like you gonna do something to Prodigy and his family, homeboy, you gonna die. You know what I'm saying? Or homegirl, or whoever the fuck you are. If it's a team of you, no matter what, if you come to my house and set foot on my property, you're gonna lose your life. You understand what I'm saying? Son, my son is 11 now. My little 11-year-old will fucking kill you if you come into my house unauthorized and unwelcome. My little 11-year-old blow your fucking head off. You understand what I'm saying? My wife will take your fucking head off. You understand what I'm saying? I will take your fucking stomach I will remove your stomach from your body. You understand what I'm saying? That's what my shotgun will do to you. I will fucking aim that shit at your stomach and remove your organs from your motherfucking body. You understand what I'm saying? Don't ever try to come to my crib, because you will die, straight up and down, and you will legally die. Because my guns are registered with the state. You understand what I'm saying? My wife, she's working right now to get her carry license for a pistol. So she's gonna have a full-time carry pistol license. You understand what I'm saying? In New York and New Jersey. So it's something that we should have did a long time ago, and I would have never caught this case if we did it, but hey, it's never too late, son. So that's what we're doing right now. So for anybody out there that got any plans of doing something to Prodigy, or coming to Prodigy's house, or you think Prodigy's pussy, or whatever the case may be, like, I'm telling you straight up and down, you're gonna die. Like, I can say that live on TV, you're gonna die if you try to break into my house or set foot on my property. And what do you call it? What do they call that? Not invasion of privacy. Home invasion, or it's another trespassing. That's the word I'm looking for. If you trespass upon my shit, you're gonna die, homie. You know what I'm saying? Straight, I'm gonna kill you, because I'm gonna feel like my life is in danger. You understand what I'm saying? And in the handbook rules of New York State and New Jersey, it says that if somebody sets foot on your property and you feel like your life is in danger, and you feel like they come and threaten your life in some kind of way, you have the right to shoot to kill. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm just letting you know that. So basically my point is, as far as the positive and negative, good and evil shit, you gotta have a balance of both, right? Because if somebody breaks into my house, it's not negative for me to protect myself. To defend yourself is something positive. It's a positive thing to defend yourself. That's not being negative. You understand what I'm saying? I'm simply defending my kids and my family. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what I say, that's what I mean when I say you gotta have a balance of positive and negative. You gotta learn how to balance it out. But for positive people, there has to be more positive than negative, straight up and down. Even when you're doing something negative, like when you gotta shoot somebody to protect yourself, you have to do it with a positive state of mind. You understand what I'm saying? Because you're doing it to protect what's positive. You understand what I'm saying? Like, it sounds crazy, but I know you motherfuckers understand what I'm saying. So I ain't really even gotta explain myself any further. You understand what I'm saying? So basically, that's what I'm all about. I'm all about positivity. I'm all about being a good person. And I don't want no negative shit in my life, man. It's over for that. I did that back when I was young. I did a lot of dumb shit. And now that's over, man. It's over for me. I'm married. I got a family. You know what I mean? I got a solo career. I own my own label now. You know what I'm saying? Plus we got Mobb Deep on G Unit. You know what I mean? So it's like, I'm good, man. I'm set for life, man. And anybody that want to hate on me, you just gonna have to deal with the consequences if you try to do some dumb shit, you know what I mean? So, where I'm going with my career right now, I'm just expressing myself even more now. And I'm not scared to express myself now. Because before I was kind of leery. I ain't want to lose fans. I ain't want fans to be like, oh, P on some KRS-One, trying to be a teacher. Oh, P trying to teach the world. P trying to say, like for example, in the song Stunt 101 with Banks and 50, Banks said Banks said a line where he was like, yo, I ain't trying to teach the world. Just roll up a blunt. Come with me out front. I'll teach you how to stunt. You understand what I'm saying? So when he said that line in his rhyme, I was like, he ain't trying to change the world, just roll up a blunt. I see what he was trying to say, you know what I'm saying? He ain't trying to, like, in his rhymes, he ain't trying to be like to save the world conscious rapper. That's cool. You know what I mean? He could do that. And when I heard that, I understood what he was saying, because I kind of felt that way at the time, man. I ain't want, like I said, I ain't want to turn off my fans. I ain't want people to be like, oh, P on some teach the world shit, trying to save the world. But that was back then. This is now. This is 2007, 2008, 2009, 10, 11, all that shit, nigga. I'm on some new shit. Now I don't give a fuck how you feel. Now I'm just really expressing myself to the fullest. I'm a changed person, man. I changed back in 2000, man. Earlier than that. But I really made my transition back in 2000, man. You know what I'm saying? And it was hard for me to let my fans in the world know what time it is, man. But I'm letting you know right now, that's what time it is, man. You're gonna start hearing more shit in my rhymes about the government, politics, about crooked motherfuckers in this world, and I'm exposing everybody. I don't give a fuck no more. Basically, because these crooked ass cops lied on the stand, tried to set 50 up, because some cops lied on me. So I'm tired of it, man. So when I'm on the radio and I say, yo, they turning me into Malcolm X right now, that's what I'm talking about, man. And my niggas on the street, they already agree with me. Havoc already agree with me. Alchemist already agree with me. All my niggas in Far Rock, all my niggas in Queensbridge, Twin, Godfather, all of them know what time it is already. They grew with me. As I was learning, I was teaching them. Trust me. So my niggas know what time it is. And I'm talking about niggas on the street. The grimiest niggas that still drink 40 ounces every day, still smoke weed. They be like, yo, P, you need to rhyme like that, son. Rhyme like that more about the Illuminati and the government, about all that real shit about health. And yo, son, we need that in the hood. Come on, son. P, rhyme like that more, son. We need that in the hood. Yo, they've been telling me that since 97, son. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about my real hood niggas. Niggas that got bodies. Niggas that run around selling drugs still. Niggas that's doing ill shit. These niggas, I be informing them about the shit that I know, little by little, you know what I'm saying? If I learn something new, I call my niggas, be like, yo, son, check out what I just found out. Boom, 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 boom. And they be like, word, that's deep, son. They be like, yo, I love talking to you, P. You always on some deep shit, yo. I want to learn more about that. You know what I'm saying? The grimiest niggas, son. I'm trying to tell you. So, all my niggas on the street already know my mentality. You understand what I'm saying? The only people that don't know is the public, is you. The only people that don't know is my fans. And they know a little bit, but they really don't know how I get down. Nigga, I am the new Malcolm X. And there's plenty of more of them out there. I ain't the only one. You know what I'm saying? I am the new Dr. York. You know what I'm saying? Doc taught me everything that I know. Malcolm taught me everything I know. You know what I'm saying? All these black leaders that they murdered and killed, assassinated their character, I learned from them. You know what I'm saying? Trust me. You know what I'm saying? I am that new motherfucker. And like I said, I ain't nobody special. There's other niggas out there like that too. But I'm just bringing it to the forefront. And I'm making it happen now. And I'm a powerful nigga. Because I got millions of fans with Mobb Deep and Prodigy. You know what I'm saying? So, come on, man. I'm using that power. Pac was a powerful nigga too. Pac knew about all that shit. Why you think they murdered that nigga? It wasn't no rap war. It wasn't because he jumped that nigga Orlando. No. That's a motherfucking lie. The government killed Pac. The feds had something to do with it. They set that nigga up. And they had something to do with Biggie getting killed too. And then they tried to make it look like a rap war. Yo, if Pac was still alive, we would be on the same team. Why you think I said that in my rhyme on the Return of the Mac? If Pac was still alive, we'd be on the same team. We got bigger fish to fry than that nigga Supreme. And when the bigger fish I'm talking about is this motherfucking government, this corrupt ass system, and these motherfucking cops. Like fuck beefing with Supreme, like nigga, like and whoever, and the niggas that set Pac up, I ain't even gonna say no names. They know who they are. The niggas that set Pac up in Quad Studio and had him shot. Yo, basically what I'm trying to say is fuck beefing with all these street niggas. Hey yo, we need to get together and fucking go at the government, son, the military, all these motherfuckers that's corrupting our minds, our brains, the Food and Drug Administration, Hollywood, you name it, healthcare, everything is connected. It's all crooked. They got this whole world fucked up. They got our minds fucked up. And that's what I meant when I said me and Pac would be on the same team. Because E-Money Bags and Majesty was Pac's homies. Stretch, Majesty's brother. They got killed in Hollis in his car. Who you think he used to run with all the time? The nigga was in mad movies with Pac. And I ain't realized that until me and Bags started getting mad cooler. When me and Bags started really getting cool and started really getting tight with each other, these niggas started telling me mad shit about, yo, Pac was our people. He used to be with us every. I was like, word? And Bags was the first nigga to tell me, yo, Pac was still alive, y'all niggas would be down together. Because I would have squashed all it. Bags told me himself, yo, I would have, and Madge was like, yo, I would have squashed that beef with y'all niggas, and y'all niggas would have been down with each other, yo. Because both of y'all niggas had the same mind state. We both on some motherfucking fuck that, you know what I'm saying, political shit, like we not having it. You know what I'm saying? We on some rebel shit. Pac was raised by the Black Panthers. Man, I got so much shit to say, man. So much shit on my mind, I'm gonna just let it out. Like, for example, why are they making all these movies right now about snitches? American Gangster, Frank Lucas. He's a fucking snitch. What's the other nigga? Nicky Barnes. He's a fucking snitch. Why are they making movies about snitches? Why there's no movie about Wayne Perry in DC? Why is no movie about Tulu Shakur and all these motherfucking niggas that's locked up doing life? You know what I'm saying? Because they on some real rebel political shit. Why ain't no movies about these niggas? You know what I'm saying? The only movies that you see made is like about snitch ass niggas, man. They promoting snitching. Hey yo, my man Eddie from Branson, you know what I'm saying, the buzz spot uptown, that nigga gave me a book back in the days that was called Snitch Culture, and how America and the powers that be are promoting snitching. They want niggas to snitch on each other. They want people in the streets to call certain, if you see somebody that looks suspicious, look like a terrorist, call this number, blah, 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 blah. They want you to snitch. They raising snitches right now in the millennium. They raising a bunch of snitches. And that's not how it go. You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck snitching. We got other things to worry about. Let's snitch. You want to snitch? Let's snitch. Like right now, I'm snitching on the government. I'm snitching on the Illuminati. I'm snitching on the military. I'm snitching on the fucking religion. I'm snitching on some real shit. I ain't snitching on my brothers in the street. You know what I'm saying? You don't snitch on your brothers in the street. You snitch on niggas like the government. And you let the world know, yo, these niggas is corrupt. These niggas doing foul shit. And you show the facts. And you show why and how it's all going down. And that's a real snitch. Because you snitching to your brothers about the government. You're not snitching to the government about your brothers. You understand what I'm saying? Peep that. That's some game for your ass, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like straight like that, man. Come on, man. I would never tell on no nigga on the street and get a nigga locked up. Never. Ever. I don't give a fuck. Shit. Like, pee on some new shit, nigga. I'm starting a trend. Anybody that you see that's on the shit that P's on, you got it from P. And that's a good thing. It's not bad that you biting off P and that you on some no jury, no rims. That's good. I want you to get on that. But I just also want you to know where you got it from. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of people steal my ideas and like to run with it like it's their own. So I just want to be clear on that real quick. Just know where you got it from and acknowledge where you got it from. If you want to get on the same shit that I'm on now, I want you to get on the radio and wherever you promoting it at, and I want you to say, yeah, my nigga P got me on this shit. You know what I'm saying? I heard him say it first. Cause I ain't got no problem with saying, yeah, Dr. York, Malcolm X, and the rest of our black leaders got me on it. Got me the way I am now. And I got it from them. So you should do the same thing. If you want to follow what P's doing, just acknowledge where you got it from. That's all I'm trying to say right now. I had to throw that in there real quick. Anyway, they raising a bunch of fucking snitches. They making movies about snitches. Alpo movie. Alpo's a snitch. So I have no fear in losing anything. You know what I'm saying? I got sickle cell, and people with sickle cell have a short lifespan. So I have no fear in losing my life. You understand what I'm saying? So you want to assassinate me? You want to assassinate my character? You want to do whatever you want to do? Nigga, do it, nigga. I dare you, nigga. You know what I'm saying? My army is strong in the street. And nigga, I ain't Dr. York, nigga. I got niggas that will go buck stupid. You try to lock me up for 135 years. Watch what the fuck happen. You try to do that to a nigga like P, nigga. Watch what happen, man. Shout out to Tulu Shakur. Pardon me if I ain't saying your name right, but you know what the fuck I'm talking about. Shout out to all y'all niggas locked up. Shout out to Wayne Perry. They need to make a movie about you, nigga. And they need to make a movie about niggas just like you, man. And stop making a movie about these fucking snitches. And you need niggas like me to do the soundtrack. And I'll get deeper into the subject as we go on. But, you know, I got so much shit on my mind, and there's so much information that sometimes when I start talking, I go off the subject of where I started from. You know what I'm saying? So bear with me and just understand that by the time I'm finished, you will understand everything that I'm saying, and you will understand what the fuck is going on in this world. I'm a teacher to you. And nigga, if you don't understand it, then you just an ignorant, sleepy in a spell motherfucker, yo. You sleep. You fast asleep still, nigga. If you don't understand what P's saying. You understand what I'm saying? Because I got niggas, man, everybody agree with me in the hood. You know what I'm saying? So I know what I'm saying is right. And I got facts to back it up, and I got all kinds of shit to back it up. You know what I mean? And anybody who don't support Doc, and whoever don't support the movement that Prodigy's on, then fuck you, nigga. You know what I'm saying? And straight like that, I wish nothing but good and success for you, son. You know what I'm saying? Cause straight like that, man, if you ain't supporting me, then you're not supporting your own people and you don't give a fuck about yourself. Cause all I'm talking about is something positive, something good, how to fucking teach the kids. You know what I mean? Straight like that, I'm on some real bullshit, nigga. I'm on my shit, nigga. How I should have been back in the early 90s. But it's never too late. And I guess back then I couldn't articulate myself the right way. You know what I'm saying? But now I can. It's a whole different world right now. You know what I'm saying? And now I can articulate myself the right way so people can understand what the fuck I'm saying. I wasn't ready for it back then. Now I am ready. You understand what I'm saying? Now I'm ready. Now I'm ready to explain everything. Now I can explain everything the right way and where you can research the facts yourself. You don't believe what I'm saying. That's what I learned from Dr. York. He always said that. Don't believe me. Go out there and research the facts yourself, and you'll see what I'm saying is nothing but righteous shit, nigga. You know what I'm saying? I don't got time to be spreading lies. I ain't got time for lies. I'm building an army, nigga. I got an army in the street. You want to join my army? Everybody's welcome. I don't give a fuck what color you are, what culture you from, what religion you believe in. It ain't about that. It's all about you a positive and negative person, son. You know what I'm saying? And we'll get to the rest later. You understand what I'm saying?
You wanna know if she the queen bee for real?
Is she, or is she just a woman like the rest of us?
Kim is Kim. What can I say? That's Miss White Queen Bee. She's who she is.
Do you drink champagne?
The Wicked Witch of the East.
Are you still friends with her?
I mean, we cool. I don't have nothing against her. Kim is not a bad person. She's caught between the rock and the hard place. Okay. You know, they sent her out to do something that she wasn't able to do. I'm a grown man.
As an Eastern Star, what did they send her out to do?
You know, they try to get her to get me to join it. You know, the homo club.
Okay, I got you. How did you find out that Kim was an Eastern Star? Because in my opinion, that's something that you keep a secret until you can unfold it to somebody.
Well, she never really, see, what they got to understand is that, and this is for the record, Kim never exposed nobody's private life.
Right.
Kim never exposed their secrets. So as hard as they being on her, they don't have to be because she was loyal to them. Yeah. So they really should be letting her eat instead of doing her the way that they do her. Okay. Because she's not eating the way she's supposed to. She never exposed nobody's private life. Oh. She never exposed their secrets. But, you know, I mean, all good comes from Allah. I can sit back and read through things. Okay. Because this is something that Allah blessed me with.
And what kind of things were you reading through? Did she have, like how?
I mean, you can just, it's all in the lyrics. It's all in all they lyrics.
So then one day, she wants to introduce you to some people.
No, it wasn't. It didn't come out that way. Okay. Because, I mean, you know me, I'm always speaking out against them. These people are enemies to Islam.
Why the rap industry? I mean, there are so many other places that the Masons, the Elks, the president, so many other industries to conquer.
Because this is, Malcolm X said it. When Malcolm X said it, he said it the best. He said, America has the best weapon in the world. It's not a bomb. It's not a gun. It's the media.